Hi, good morning and welcome to the June 22nd Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We're operating still in a hybrid environment, but it looks like we can operate without our masks today. So progress is being made to get back to normality, whatever that means. And here today we have our stand-in attorney from the city, Jason Jacobson, who's going to stand in for Nick. And are you prepared to read off the instructions, how people can participate in the meeting? Okay.
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today's meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with the members of the Planning Board physically present in the Commission chambers at the City of Miami Beach City Hall, and participants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#. Alternatively, you could log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Individuals who wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in person may appear in the Commission chambers on the 3rd floor of the City of Miami Beach City Hall at 1700 Convention Center Drive. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the City Clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak with the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not on any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of the neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor or against an item, encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before we continue, I'd like to swear in the staff. Do you swear that all the testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Jacobson. We are going to, just a couple of housekeeping items. Mark Milan, our board member, and Nick Jelpe are out today. So we will continue the meeting as we have members present. Yes? Oh, no, we couldn't start before you got here, sir. Oh. All right, we'll allow them to do that housekeeping. And then the other thing is we're going to move our discussion items to the end of the meeting so that we can deal with some of the items that definitely need a vote on them, and the progress reports, as well as the new applications for the planning board. So with that, and I think we also have a comp plan amendment item on the agenda for today. So with that, we're going to move into our acceptance of minutes from last meeting. Does anybody have any changes or modifications?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be happy to move the approval of the minutes with one amendment on item number 8. The motion that was made by board member Tanya Abad. There's no second recorded on the minutes, and I went back to the video and just want to amend the minutes to include that board member David Weeder was who made the second of board member Abad's motion. And with that, I'll be happy to move the minutes.
All right, it's been moved with the amendment to item number 8. Any opposition to approval?
That's for retail fulfillment centers?
Yes, item number 8, yes.
Yes.
And
any opposition to the approval of the minutes with the amendment? Seeing none, we're going to approve by acclamation. Let's now just move into our first item of the day, which will be Planning Board File 180252, 928 Ocean Drive, Voodoo Lounge. Virgilio?
Okay, so this is a progress report for Voodoo Lounge. The progress report originally came to the planning board in April 27, 2021. The planning board discussed the items. There were some violations at that time which were listed in the progress report. When we wrote this staff report last week, and when we provided to you last week, there were no additional violations since that time. We looked at the code violations over the weekend, and there was a warning that was issued for Voodoo Lounge at 12:57 a.m. on Saturday. And the notes say that the code enforcement officer responded to a complaint, referenced loud music coming from the restaurant. Upon arrival, the officer walked to the middle of Lummis Park, which is 100 feet away from the restaurant, and could hear some music. I'm not going to name the song. They made contact with the manager, advised them, and they immediately closed the doors, and the music could no longer be heard. So we do have a code enforcement officer on the line. I believe Manny VR is with us if there are any questions on that violation. But because of that, we had initially put in our staff report that we suggested that the planning board close the progress report and staff would continue to monitor it. In light of this additional complaint that we just found, we're going to suggest that the planning board continue the progress report an additional month so that we can continue to monitor them and make sure that they behave correctly as required by their CUP. So that's our recommendation. And we have, I believe, Mr. VR is on from Code Enforcement if there's any questions.
Does he want to say anything? He doesn't have to. And then if the applicant doesn't want to say anything, and the board members don't really have anything to add, then we can move it to next month. But
well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, on July 16, 2020, there was an attestation made by Voodoo Lounge where they would be required to have off-duty police present, and I would like to know whether on Saturday or this weekend, whether Voodoo Lounge had any off-duty police officers present in accordance with the attestation, bullet number 5, filed on July 16, 2020.
all right, so then seeing that we do have questions on the item, let's go ahead and hear from the city and then let the applicant answer the question.
And we do have a member of the public with their hand raised online if we want to have a public hearing as well.
We can do that as well. So let's take the city first, and then the applicant, and then we'll go to the public, and the applicant can answer that question.
Okay. I guess Mr. V.
I can't see them.
I can call them out if you want me to call the members of the public. We have, with the hand raised, we have Alex Tatchmas, who's the applicant, and we also have Mitch Novick.
All right, but does the city need to go first, or we'll let the applicant go first? You said you had somebody from the city to speak.
We have a code enforcement officer if there's questions.
Okay, all right, so let's go to Alex.
Okay, Alex Tatchmas online.
And Mr. Chair, how long would you like to give the applicant?
Let's give him on this 5 minutes. I think it's fine.
Mr. Chair, this is Alex Tatchmas for the record. Good morning, and good morning to the board. Mr. Chair, we don't have a lot to say. We understand the city staff's recommendation to move the progress report for another month, given the recent written warning. We are evaluating the written warning as to whether we are going to appeal it. We just got it very recently, as did you. With regard to the off-duty police that Mr. Fernandez raised, I've got my client, Mandy Clara, on the phone ready to speak, but I spoke with him in advance of the meeting to confirm the off-duty police, and Mr. Clara tells me that they have had off-duty police stationed at the business every day since the last progress report hearing, with the exception of those days when there were not sufficient off-duty personnel to come to Voodoo Lounge. I'm told that with the reopening of LIV and other businesses, there is a scarcity of off-duty police personnel. So to the extent that they were available, we had them. If they weren't there, it's because the off-duty police were not available.
So I think the question is, on that particular day, did you have them?
Mr. Chair, that concludes our comments.
Is that your question?
I understand.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I understand the predicament of at times they're not being off-duty available.
I can't hear.
But I think it's important to remember that our police department does allow these establishments to go out and to go to those municipalities with which we do have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement and request assistance from those municipalities or hire off-duty from those other jurisdictions with which those that we have agreements with. I'm concerned, and staff and attorneys, please stop me if I'm not able to discuss this, but I am concerned about other incidents that I saw on social media having to do with this establishment that are not necessarily being addressed today, that I believe perhaps might not be subject to this code violation that is being referenced here today, but I am concerned that that's not the limit. That code violation, according to what I saw online on social media, is not the limit or the extent of the concerns to the public of what has happened in this establishment. I'm not sure if that can be addressed here.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but my audio went out. I apologize, Mr. Fernandez, but I did not hear your remarks. I apologize.
So Alex, I think that the 2 points, and I'm going to try to summarize, and hopefully I don't do a bad job at it. But the first thing is the question was on the date in particular. I assume this is on July 16th. I'm sorry. Or whatever date that you got the warning or the violation, did you have police hired that day? That's number one.
On Saturday.
On Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mandy Clara, are you there? Please raise your hand if so.
Mandy Deckelwalk / Voodoo, is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm online here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Let me just see if I can put the video here. Okay. I don't know how to put the video on, but yes, we have a continuous, I'll tell you on that particular day, we did not have off-duty. And I'll also tell you that in the past 2 months, since Live and Story and the other nightclubs have opened, we had every day, we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a continuous request with the Miami Beach Police Department. And we have all the correspondence that I sent to Alex where I continuously ask, where is our off-duty police officer? And since the nightclubs have opened, we have had an off-duty police officer show to our establishment maybe 3 times since I think May 1st or the end of April. And I just requested the exact schedule of the dates that off-duty has been present. The way that it works with I think the off-duty program is we have one contact. For us, it's Officer Ozeta. She's the scheduling coordinator for all off-duty police. And it's her job to put out the request on a regular basis for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to make sure that we have somebody there from the hours of 7 p.m. to close. One of our complaints, we had an issue just recently where we had a lot of vandalism on our sidewalk cafe after 2 a.m. So after closing, and they had kind of destroyed just a lot of our tables and umbrellas and stuff like that. And I think this is what Mr. Fernandez might be referring to as far as social media. And to us, this is more of an issue of not getting what it is that we've requested as far as off-duty police, because we do want them there on a regular basis, and they were not there this weekend as well. And it's simply, I think, a staffing issue on the police side. And they do gather police officers from different municipalities, but that's not something that is from my request. That's organized through the police department itself, from what I understand.
So,
Mr. Fernandez, if I could, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I add something?
Absolutely, Alex.
Okay, if you can hear me, okay, I'm getting a strong echo. Let me know if you don't hear me. I would suggest, Mr. Chair, because...
One second. Alex. It sounds like you have two devices on. So I'm going to need you, if you're close to somebody that's on the Zoom or if somebody's...
Mandy, do you want to mute your phone?
Sorry, yes, I can.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, and we know that you're in the same room with Mandy now.
I'm actually not, but I mean, we're in different places.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to comment. The issue of having enough off-duty police is a chronic problem, and it's been, as far as I can tell from the many clients I represent in the MXC area over the last few years, it is a chronic issue. But to Mr. Fernandez's comment, it is a very important element because off-duty police have a strong deterrent effect as well as an actual ability to arrest and reduce crime. What I would indicate is that you may want to consider those circumstances when, if there's no off-duty police from Miami Beach and no off-duty police from another jurisdiction available, to give the business a right to have uniformed private security personnel, because that can always be, those folks can always be hired, and it doesn't really, I'm taking some money out of the pocket of my clients because they would have to pay no matter what, whereas now with off-duty, they only pay when the off-duty officer is there. But I think in the best interest of the city, having that flexibility for a private security uniformed person in the absence of off-duty police would be in the best interest of everybody concerned.
Receive. So let me just make sure I understand something, because I think your solution is a good one for your business client. But does the city, if I were to hire, off-duty police officers, am I also precluded from hiring my own private police office or staff for security? I mean, I can't see why that would ever be a conflict to begin with.
No, Mr. Chair, we are not. But what I'm saying is that the attestation that Mr. Fernandez referred to requires us to have off-duty police. And our security personnel is roving in the inside of the business at all times. But the off-duty police is someone who's supposed to be standing at the front to provide the deterrent effect, as well as have the additional effect of a uniformed officer rather than just having a private security officer from our business. But what I'm saying is, to the extent that the off-duty police officer that's supposed to be stationed out front is not available because they don't have enough officers here or in other jurisdictions, you may just want to ask that a uniformed security officer be present at the front of the establishment like an off-duty police officer would normally be if there was enough personnel. But no, this would be in addition to the roving security personnel inside the establishment.
Okay, well, I don't know how the board feels about it, but I think we definitely don't want an either-or situation. It would be an and situation, and if there is an or, it would seem to me that it would have to be, at the extreme circumstances, documented that you were not able to obtain off-duty security from the city, as well as the other available municipalities in Dade and Broward County, or whatever the restrictions are, if they're restricted to Dade. So I know you're most likely, I think we're going to end up moving this to have you come back next month, but it sounds like perhaps Mandy can just get a little bit more clarification to make sure, may thoroughly understand the process already, but perhaps can just ensure that the process is fully understood when there is not a Miami Beach police officer available, and timelines as to when a request needs to be made outside of that to other municipalities. Because what I wouldn't want to see is a situation where it's almost always that you don't have uniformed police officers or off-duty police officers, let's put it that way.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Could Mr. Chair, I would strongly recommend you have someone from the police department available for the next planning board meeting. I'm telling you, this is a chronic problem all over Ocean Drive, and our client can certainly document it, that he has made multiple requests, and they provide them when they can, and they provide them when they don't. And we can't go to the other jurisdiction, so it's all channeled through a point person that's applicable to each individual. But it is a multi-year chronic problem, and I would recommend you have someone from the department to be able to address that.
We can do that, but and if you would just have your client follow my recommendation that they make sure that they're fully informed prior to that hearing, so that they're not hearing it for the first time in next month, if that's indeed what we end up doing. Mr. Fernandez?
What I just want to make sure is that we remember why it is that a off-duty police officer is required here, and it's because it was a serious incident that occurred there, and it's to the safety of the public why this is required. And to that extent, I don't want to dilute what was requested, what was agreed upon for public safety, and which was that there be off-duty there present. And I understand the dilemma of the establishment, that they put in the request for off-duty, and that off-duty perhaps may not be available when they request it. But unfortunately, there was a situation, a public safety situation that happened outside the establishment that as a result led to this condition. And so I do believe it would be a good idea the next time that we do have this establishment coming before us for the police department to be here present, maybe the area captain, but the owners shouldn't be in the city to go hunting for the off-duty. There is a list of jurisdictions that work with our city. It shouldn't be the job of the police department to go now fishing for off-duty for all the establishments in the city. No, you put in your request to the police department. If they can't provide it, well, then do your homework and reach out to other jurisdictions and see if you can find another jurisdiction that's able to meet the condition of the attestation that you have signed for the safety of the public. And so I don't want to dilute this provision that's here. And what I would like to suggest is that, in addition, as Mr. Tashner has recommended, that the police department be here next month, I think we need to send a very clear message that if for other establishments we are recommending here in this agenda packet a modification and revocation hearing, well, if between the last time that they were here for a progress report and today there have been more issues, then let's treat them equally. Let's have then an even playing field. Let's not have here at this balance where we treat one way and the other one a different way. That's how I'm feeling.
Mr. Chair, if I could just respond for a moment. I vigorously object to the inference that our client is responsible for not having the off-duty police there. Anybody who has a familiarity with how Ocean Drive has developed over the last 5 years knows there is a glaring problem of a lack of police, not only in front of businesses, but all over the street. And this is not a new phenomenon. And I'm telling you that this happens with multiple businesses. It's not our job to search out 80 different police departments. Our job is to speak to a point person at Miami Beach Police and request an officer. If they're not available, we can't have one. So we are happy to hire one and pay for one, but if they're not available, there's nothing we can do.
Right. So I understand, Alex. So that's why I was saying let's make sure that Mandy has that process down before the next meeting, and then it will be explained to us so that we can hear it at the next meeting. But give me 1 second, Ms. Bott, because I did something that Rogelio was asking me to let the public speak, and I do want to. Do you want to do that first, or you want to make your comment before the?
We only have one hand raised from the public.
Okay, so let me just take that one comment from the public, and then Ms. Bott will follow up after that. And then at that time, after the member from the public speaks, the opportunity for the public to speak on the item will be closed.
Okay. Mitch Novick.
Good morning, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. This past Saturday night, a serious incident reportedly occurred right in front of Voodoo Lounge, where its street clutter was used as weapons and protection to minimize the impact of this brawl. It was not vandalism. It was a block party street brawl, which has been brewing and which essentially the city has legalized with the vehicular closure of Ocean Drive. It's a chronic problem that has only deteriorated through the years. I've opposed the CUP for open air entertainment for this establishment and all of them regularly over the past 5 years. And that is the crux of our problem. It is what these businesses are allowed to do, whether it be exploiting the public realm with sexually explicit dance performances or blasting music way above ambient level, which fuels the chaos and mayhem seen throughout the district. So I would urge you as a planning department to reel these CUPs which allow for outdoor entertainment in and address the problem, because unfortunately it begins at your level, at the level of legislation, which essentially legalized this chaos on the street that I see every day throughout the day. And I had forwarded the video that I'm referring to individually to members Bott and Fernandez on Facebook moments ago. I would hope they share it with your board and the administration. It was all over social media. And again, it purportedly occurred on Saturday night in front of this applicant's establishment. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
You got it, Mitch. Thank you. All right, Ms. Bott.
Yeah,
Is your mic on?
yes, I'm just not that close to it. Sorry.
We do have 2 more hands raised, just so that you're aware. But you can, up to
Do
you.
you want to go to the rest of the public?
Let's have you go ahead, Ms. Bott.
This is not a once in a while situation that we're observing at the Voodoo Lounge, and my concern is that the hiring of an off-duty police officer is being treated as a helpful suggestion as opposed to an actual requirement. Voodoo Lounge is not the only operator that is having problems on Ocean Drive, whether it's causation or victimization, being the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't want to get into that conversation at this moment, but I will say that it is not a friendly suggestion. It is a requirement, and for good reason. There are documented episodes on a regular basis of bad actors doing bad things that put the public at risk and put the staff of the Voodoo Lounge at risk. And, if there was an outbreak of, salmonella in food products, you wouldn't be offering that. Or if you didn't have enough wait staff, you wouldn't be opening to the public. If you couldn't operate your business properly, I believe that the requirement of having an off-duty police officer is the same as that. You need to take it seriously. It is a requirement. You are a business operator, and part of your business operations must include the sourcing of an off-duty police officer, whether from the city of Miami Beach or one of the municipalities with which we have MOUs. And get it done. I mean, you can't go in other jobs, you can't go and say, hey, I just couldn't get it done. Sorry, that's the end of it. Especially not when there are public safety issues at risk or on the line. So I think this needs to be treated with that level of seriousness. I think the whole CUP process, which will be discussed later today, needs to also rise to the level of chaos that we're seeing in the MXC in particular, and that we're trying to manage. And I don't think people should get a buy just because they've been there already. You need to, not just you guys at the Voodoo Lounge, I'm not picking on you, but you happen to be up for point of discussion, but operators need to elevate their game to try to mitigate the problems that we as a city are facing. And if your game plan does not include providing the required security and whatever else is going to be requested, limiting the sound, traveling, et cetera, then the entire thing needs to be reevaluated, because a solid business plan should be able to overcome, with some thought and consideration, challenges in a changing business environment. And if it can't, then you have a fundamental flaw with the business plan. And the challenges that we are all facing as a city impact your business plan. And unless those are addressed by the business operators as a community, the city will continue to suffer, and residents and visitors will continue to suffer. So it's time to, hearing it's not our job to get something done that is part of your condition for operating is wholly unacceptable to me.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Absolutely.
If I'm being told that A, B, and C is required of me in order to operate, then I abide by A, B, and C. If I'm only able to reach A and B, but I'm not able to reach C, then I don't operate. And if I do something wrong, and then, or let's say there's an unfortunate circumstance that leads to then there be an additional requirement, which is requirement letter D, and I can't reach requirement letter D, then I don't operate. These are the requirements that were put in place in order for the establishment to operate. And if it cannot meet the thresholds that were established, then should it be operating? And that is the question that's before us. I think, do we need to bring this back for possible further action? Do we need to see if we need to modify or rectify the conditions in this permit for this establishment? Because it's not just about this establishment, and I don't want to make it about Voodoo or Mr. Tashna's client. It's about the message that we send to the business community, that we are going to hold you to a higher standard because of the challenges we are facing in our community. And that's how I feel about this.
Mr. Chair, I have one more quick question.
Go ahead, Tanya.
This is a question for Mr. Calera. You're on the receiving end of a lot of strong language. I'd like to give you the opportunity to answer or provide insights into what you think as a business owner who has watched the deterioration of the offerings on Ocean Drive and the ensuing deterioration of behavior of folks who are coming in, or residents, or whoever they may be, taking aside the issue of additional police from the city and off-duty police officers hired by establishments. Do you have any things that you have seen that you would like to suggest that could be done to ameliorate the situation?
Yes, I do. Just really quickly about the policing and the off-duty officers that we like to have on site. What's given to us is very specific instruction. It's not exactly the way that Mr. Fernandez is suggesting. There is only one for us to request off-duty officers, from what I understand, and it's to go through my point person. There's very little communication, almost none. We wait in the night and we see if it's 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. There's no off-duty that showed. That's our notice for the day that there's not going to be an off-duty officer on site. If there were some alternative for us to permanently hire an off-duty officer, I would gladly do this. We were originally assigned somebody. One would come Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, from this hour to that hour, and almost never missed a day. Almost immediately when the nightclubs opened, there was a shortage of staff, and my exact officer I found is at Live Nightclub from the day that those clubs have opened. So this has been our issue, and I don't want to make this as an excuse, but we were given instructions to do this one way. That night, also, that Ms. Novick is mentioning, happened after closing. This was 2:15 a.m. We closed and had everybody out before 2 a.m. It's something that should not be looked at as bad on the establishment, but as us as a victim, because there should be some level of external security after 2 a.m. as well, as far as like having a police officer, not even my off-duty police officer, but just some presence, because there are a lot of people on the street on Friday and Saturday night that have the free reign to start their own party, which is true, but it's not our responsibility after 2 a.m. I'd like it to be, but it would be too costly for us to watch the furniture that's on the sidewalk cafes after that hour. And this is what's being referred to from Ms. Novik. I would definitely like, if it were possible, for some modification to, like our CUP, to have an off-duty police officer that we hire from any municipality. And I can pick one person that can be there with a squad car across the street and have them on a regular basis. And this is something that we definitely want. And that night we had 7 security officers on site, and there were no issues inside. I don't think there was no police report filed because nobody was hurt. It was more of a vandalizing thing where people were throwing stuff outside. But I think there are issues beyond just the establishments, in our defense and in all the defense of all businesses that are on Ocean Drive. It's become a little bit chaotic, and we're doing what we can as a business owner. And I have minimal amount of violations for operating the type of establishment that we have, and the volume and the traffic and the amount of revenue for both us and the city and the state. But we need some help as well, because I really feel like we're doing almost everything in our power to operate our establishment as cleanly and as good as possible.
So Mandy, I hear you, and not to absolve you of your responsibility, but sometimes we don't get it right either, or as a board or the city or however. So what I'm asking is to allow this applicant to come back next month. Number one, the applicant to get the clarity that they need and make sure that they understand the process before coming to that meeting next month on how the off-duty officers are to be hired. And then number two, to the request of Mr. Fernandez, if we can have, and Mr. Takmas, if we can have a representative from the police department to explain to this board specifically how that process works. So then, therefore, Mandy, you will be hearing it for the second time. We will be hearing it for the first time. And then all of these items we will be able to take up, and we will see indeed, in fact, if maybe there is something that we can improve on this side, on the city side, to assist you in what you were saying. But seeing that if there are no further points beyond what we have already discussed, Rogelio?
We do have one more member of the public with their hand raised on the...
I think we're going to have this item come back next month, and I just don't want to open that. We had it open to the public, and we'll just Pandora's box all day. Did any other board member have anything differing from that to add?
My only thing to add is if we're in our CUPs, if we know we're requiring 50 off-duty police officers, arbitrary number, as a city, I would think that we should be able to have that staff available, and this could help these issues. Because right now, I'm not really sure if it's them not doing their part or the city not being able to fulfill that need. And that would really help us see where it lies.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, just as a closing comment, if I may, I just don't want to make this about the police, because if we look at the attestation that was signed by the establishment, it includes their language that says no music is permitted unless the volume does not exceed the level of normal conversation. And the reason why we're even having a broader discussion here today is because putting aside altogether the language having to do with the police, if that language even did not exist at all about the police, they still owed it to the public this responsibility of no music beyond the volume that does not exceed the level of normal conversation. And according to our code enforcement officer, there was a violation of that. And so I just want to make it clear that please, to the establishment, there is a responsibility here to make sure that you abide by this conditional use permit. And Mr. Chairman, if that is the will of this board, that this come back at the next month as a progress report and not as a revocation modification hearing, I will follow the will of my colleagues. My preference is to see a strong message be sent out to the business community that we are taking this very seriously because it's impacting public safety and the quality of life of our residents.
Absolutely, and I received that, Alex. I just want to be cautious about the board from my perspective. I know we want to drive hard. We do want to make sure that applicants, recipients of CUPs are following the rules. What I don't want to do is, because of our calendar or anything like that, do something drastically different than what we've done in the past. And I mean, I think we're in recess in August, right? And then so it's almost like we got to get this done before we go to recess, and we don't necessarily give the business owner the due process of being able to get the correct information. Because as I sit here today, to set a revocation on a process that, although it's one of the two things, I don't even know how the thing works with the police. I just really don't know. And so I would like to get that information first, and if we can do that, I think that's the best course of action. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't get it. It just means that we don't have the tools available today, in my opinion, to set that forth. So with that, do we have a motion to? I would like you all to move it till next month, the same process that we have here. I'm a little bit nervous about setting revocations.
I'll move it.
All the data. So it's been moved to continue this item until next month.
I'll second.
So that's Mr. Weeder moved it, Ms. Bott second.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
No.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
All right.
and Ms. Bott.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 4-1.
All right. We're going to go to our next item, which is going to be Planning Board File 060075, 601-685 Washington Avenue, the Good Time Hotel. And I believe we have Mr. Larkin here, but Rogelio, you want to introduce this one?
Okay. So this is another progress report. The conditional use permit for this site was originally issued on July 26, 2016, and it was modified January 24, 2017. The applicant originally received their BTR on March 26, 2021. Inadvertently, it was issued without sound testing taking place as required by the approved CUP. As a result, on May 17, 2021, the city suspended the entertainment portion of the BTR since it was issued in error. And then on May 21st, that required sound testing took place with the applicant's sound consultant, the city's peer reviewer, planning staff, and code enforcement staff were there as well. And we walked around the site and we made sure that the sound could not be heard from across the street at the Arcadia House, as is required by the CUP. Just a quick note, there was a Scrivener's error on the recorded CUP. It said the western balconies of the Arcadia House is where the sound cannot be plainly audible. We looked back at the western balconies. We looked back at the audio, and it really should be the eastern balconies, which is the side that faces the Good Time Hotel. So after the sound testing took place, we reinstated the BTR that same night. And then that same weekend, they started getting violations for sound, which was plainly audible at the boundaries of at the eastern boundary of the Arcadia House and further west. As a result, staff is recommending that the Planning Board schedule a revocation modification hearing for the July 27, 2021 meeting. We have pre-noticed this because we have continued to get violations. We have seven violations that were constantly being issued each weekend. We have several complaints. We have received 21 complaints as of the writing of the staff report. And so even though the sound testing took place, the applicant continues to have this type of noise taking place. We do have a code enforcement officer also available if there are questions on the specific violations that were issued on the site. And so that concludes my report.
Really, just one question. You mentioned 21 complaints since the staff report. Is that since it was on agenda? Is that what that means?
Yes, yep.
Prior to that, how many?
Prior to that, well, no, that's really when they started getting the complaints because they had just started operating in March.
Got it, okay.
Yep.
So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. We prepared a presentation. Appreciate the opportunity to explain the background and our current efforts. So, PJ, could you please pull up the presentation?
And in the meantime, Mr. Chair, how long would you like to provide the applicant?
7 minutes, please.
As the presentation is being called up, we want to acknowledge that this is a short board situation, and while we will go forward today, we have no choice. It is unfortunate the city's rules and policies require board members to be in person to vote. We think that's unfair to the applicant in this instance. The hybrid nature of hearings...
Michael, can I stop you for a second? I want to make a statement about that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We have 2 board members that are absent today who could have been here had the city not had rules and regulations that allow Zoom attendance. This is impeding the business and the business of this board and preventing us from operating efficiently, giving both the members of the community and the board itself the opportunity to have a full debate on all these issues. And what's more, we will not be able to have effective votes on these issues as well. So I want to, after Mr. Larkin, and I apologize, Michael, for interrupting you, but I felt it was an opportune time to say something. And I think that we should send a strong message to the Commission and request the Commission to look at these rules very carefully. It's my understanding that the city attorney is doing something now about this. Is that not correct?
If I may respond quickly, Mr. Chair, these are not city regulations. Ultimately, this is state law. Ultimately, any recommendation would just be an urge to the state legislature to amend the rules and the regulations governing the Sunshine Law. And if we'd like to proceed with that recommendation.
Well, it's true. The governor has the ability to make those exceptions, but obviously it hasn't been very carefully thought out. And what effect it has on not only our city board, but on city boards throughout the state. These are changing times which demand a change in operational procedures. And I would suggest that we ask the Commission to send a clear message to the state or to the governor that he is impeding the functions of local government by not allowing people who are not here to attend. And with that, that's all I have to say. But I think it's outrageous that we do not have the capacity as a city to be able to deal with this kind of situation now, especially since the world is changing. This is a relic of the past, and it is unacceptable.
One quick, last month the Planning Board did vote to send that recommendation to the City Commission. We drafted a letter to Commission that was submitted to them indicating the Planning Board's wishes and requesting that the city add that to the legislative priorities for the city's lobbyists in Tallahassee to hopefully change those laws.
I hope they emphasize that it's impeding city business. It's not helping city business.
Yes.
And also, we could have had a meeting in August as well, because a lot of people are away in August. So we could have had one more meeting, and we could have had the attendance of members who are absent. It's just plain stupid.
Ms. Fernandez?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Larkin. We'll get right back to you.
This is important.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin. And I just want to echo the comments of Board Member Weeder. Is the wisdom of his institutional knowledge on this board. But I want to echo it because there are certain things that do fall under the jurisdiction of the state, which is the voting requirement that you have to be present in order to vote. But I believe it is the city's code that establishes the quorum for the board, or even participation without voting. In other words, a member perhaps could participate virtually, count towards their attendance for participation, and engage in the conversation and the debate of the substantive issues of the planning board, even if they're not here in person, but still virtually. And so to the extent...
They can't vote.
But they can't vote. And that's where the voting part falls under the jurisdiction of the state.
But what falls under the jurisdiction of the city, if the city would allow members at least to participate, be in attendance virtually,
No, if they can't
discuss.
vote, it's not helpful. You know, we're still hampered in taking action on those matters which require votes. It's like, you know, I can't give you.
All right, so
I can't give you an analogy that's I can say.
But I
here.
completely support you, and I hope that the city commission does move forward in whatever they can to make it easier for members to participate remotely.
Points are well made, taken. Action is being made on the city. Mr. Larkin, back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Weeder, Mr. Fernandez. You all are much more eloquent than I could ever been on that topic, and I'm going to not say anything more on it. PJ, could you please? Thank you, sir.
And Mr.
slide.
Larkin, I will give you your 3 seconds back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Michael.
Every second counts. Next slide, PJ. And next slide. Okay, so with me today are the people behind the Good Time Hotel, Eric Birnbaum from ownership. And I would appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, if you could promote him. He's going to be speaking at the end of the presentation. It would be helpful if we could do that now so it could be seamless. Also with me today is Avi Yesowich. He's our opening general manager. David Grutman from Groot Hospitality, who operates Strawberry Moon, the restaurant adjacent to the pool. Sam Schroyer is our sound engineer, and my partners Mickey Marrero and Matthew Amster. With regard to this slide, if you see the property bounded in yellow, that is the east side of Washington Avenue between 6th and 7th Street. That is the entire boundary of the Good Time Hotel. This is an area of Washington that for many years was in bad shape, with vacant storefronts, vagrant nightclubs that attracted a late-night party crowd and led to dead spaces during the daytime. The police frequently had to patrol this area. Next slide, please. As you all can see, this is CD2 zoning, which permits a multiplicity of different types of commercial uses. Next slide. To clean up Washington Avenue from 5th to 16th Street in 2014, Mayor Levine initiated a Blue Ribbon panel that met with interested owners and developers to work to revitalize the entire corridor. Our client was involved in that process from day one. They assisted with the creation of an overlay of incentives, including additional height and relaxed setbacks for hotel uses. And our client provided the jump start that the area needed, a catalyst project to expedite the transformation of Washington Avenue. And they delivered with a Good Time Hotel. Overall, 7-story, a full block building, 266 hotel rooms with various indoor and outdoor venues with entertainment, with commercial use on the ground floor. Notably, the outdoor entertainment is daytime, only allowed from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., which is a marked departure of the nightclubs that used to plague this area. Next slide, please. A project of this size with a mix of preservation of the ground floor historic structures, lining the block and up to 7 stories of new construction that respects the historic nature is a grand undertaking. We obtained our approval from the HPV in 2016. Next slide. As you all can see, this is a beautifully designed project that marks a turning point for Washington Avenue. Next slide. We also had to obtain approvals from this board because our gross square footage exceeds 50,000 square feet. We are NIE, and we have mechanical parking within our second floor parking garage. We are heard by you all multiple times. We got an approval in July 2016 and came back to you all in January 2017 for a modification. Next slide, please. Our clients had the vision to see this through and partner with Farrell Williams and David Grutman to make this project a reality. Next slide, please. Next slide. Great, thank you. So our building permit issued in September 2018. Next slide. With a construction valued over $40 million. That's in addition to the purchase price. So as you can hear from Eric Birnbaum, they've already spent literally over a couple $100 million on investment in Miami Beach. Next slide. Notably, we paid almost $1.5 million in permit fees, which does not include the concurrency fee, which is also substantial. Next slide. After 2.5 years, we obtained our CO in February and our BTR in late March of this year and began the process to open. We officially opened in April. Next slide. In addition to the permanent impact fees and significant employment during construction, this project will provide long-lasting economic benefits to the city, which have already begun because we opened in April. Over 500 full-time jobs and many other part-time jobs were added to the employment base of Miami Beach. We have substantial annual property taxes over $400,000, resort taxes of $675,000, and food and beverage sales over $500,000. Other income will come from the ground floor commercial uses, and guests of the hotel will frequent and benefit other businesses in the nearby area and the city as a whole. In short, this one project is turning around Washington Avenue for once and all. Next slide, please. The next slide is a series of construction you'll see from the very beginning, which is this slide. Next slide. Construction getting overway with a huge crane on the southern end of the site. Next slide. Our tower begins to rise. Next slide. Completed project. Next slide. This is a view of the pool deck looking south toward the South of 5th neighborhood, and on the right-hand side, a view looking for the northwest at the southeast of the completed hotel. Next slide. This is an interesting slide. On the left-hand side, you see Washington Avenue and the 600 block as it used to exist. Mr. Fernandez did an exhaustive analysis of the bad uses in the entertainment district recently, and many of those uses were in this same block. And as you can see on the right-hand side, Mr. Birnbaum now controls the 600 block, and he will curate the new retail and restaurant uses, which will be a marked departure from what it was before. Next slide. Our approval requires us to return to you all the progress report after opening, specifically to discuss the outdoor entertainment. As noise is a sensitive issue, our approval has many noise restrictions to avoid impacts. This one in particular involves mechanical parking lifts. You all might think that they're very loud. They're not, but nevertheless, we have a very tough restriction that says they cannot be plainly audible outside of our property at any time. Next slide. We have multiple venues subject to strict operating hours and levels of allowed music, whether ambient or entertainment, and whether DJ is permitted. As mentioned, the outdoor pool deck associated with Strawberry Moon Restaurant is allowed to have entertainment, including DJ, from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Next slide.
Michael, may I interrupt you again with a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you arguing that because you did all these other things that you can continue to, your client can continue to violate the code and produce this extra noise, and or are you also arguing in the alternative that the noise is not emanating from your client's property?
No to both those questions. We recognize we have a responsibility to improve the situation, and we will, but I think it's equally as important that you all understand the gravity of the situation, what good the hotel has already done, but we do know that we can do better, and we will strive to do better.
Thank you.
This is a complicated table, but it just shows you all the complicated nature of our food and beverage venues throughout the hotel. That chart represents the OC loads, the hours of operation, and multiple different things that bind all of the venues within the hotel. Next slide. There was a robust conversation at the planning board hearings about outdoor entertainment. Before the first hearing, we specifically reached out to our closest residential neighbor, the Arcadia House to the northwest, to discuss the project and operations. A representative spoke at the April 2016 hearing, and the board agreed to include a condition that the outdoor use should not impact the Arcadia House. Staff wrote the condition following the hearing as that the noise should not be plainly audible at the western balconies of the Arcadia House.
Give him another minute. I interrupted him. Give him another minute.
Could I have a little bit, like maybe another 7 minutes?
We'll give you 5 more minutes, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is also a requirement that the system be tested before BTR issuance under the city's peer review. While we did test the system, unfortunately we did not realize at the time that the test needed such peer review, and we are sorry for that oversight, but the BTR was issued by the city nonetheless. Next slide. We are also subject to testing of the sound system after opening, which, as Rogelio described to you all, we completed in May. Next slide. These 2 slides are just transcript excerpts which identify the hearings where the point of origin of this measurement of noise being plainly audible at the balconies of the Arcadia House. But as the CUP was written, it were the western balconies. Next slide. And next slide.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the applicant a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Larkin, I just want to make sure. There was a condition required by the conditional use permit, and the city issued to your client a business tax receipt without the city doing its legwork of verifying that the condition had been met?
Yes.
Okay. And that was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Larkin. We're going to let you finish without interrupting you. But if it was a great question, I just wanted to be jotted down and let him finish, and then we're going to do the public, and then have him have an opportunity to hear these questions from us. But go ahead.
Yes, sir.
And like Mr. Fernandez, I'm writing a little timeline here, starting with your building permit, but that was going to be question later. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So if you look in the middle of the slide, you'll see the condition entered by staff. The condition reads western balconies. This condition was prepared by staff, reviewed by all required departments in the city, and recorded in the public record. We were comfortable with the condition as it was written at that time. Next slide. The Good Time Hotel is always intended to be a responsible corporate citizen and a good neighbor. Even before opening, we tested and refined the sound system to keep sound on the property. But as you all know, the start of any business always has some growing pains, and we will continue to work to improve the operation of the pool deck. Our path, however, has been a bit rougher than others because from the beginning, enforcement was being made under an erroneous interpretation of the CUP conditions. That being outdoor entertainment was not permitted at all, meaning only ambient music, and that the music could not be plainly audible on the west side of Washington Avenue. That incredibly strict standard only applied to mechanical lifts and the western balconies of the Arcadia House. We worked with the city to clear up this misunderstanding, and all violations issued to that point were rescinded. We also worked with the city to schedule the sound test with the city's peer reviewer, albeit later than required. While coordinating this without any notice, staff suspended the outdoor entertainment component of the BTR due to the missing prior sound test. We obtained this news not in writing, but on a call with staff that was about the progress report in general. Staff also informed us for the first time that western balconies was supposed to be eastern balconies, calling it a Scrivener's error. We disagree that changing eastern to western is a Scrivener's error, as that is quite a distance away and a substantial change, and our system was designed to be compliant with western balconies being the point of measurement, not the eastern balconies. Nonetheless, with our sound test being only days away, we immediately made further adjustments. On May 21st, as Rogelio described, the sound test was successfully completed, and the outdoor entertainment component of the BTR was reinstated. Only 4 days later, however, staff issued a cure letter requiring this progress report, which is already required by the CUP, and stating that we may be placed on the July 27th Planning Board agenda for revocation. We note that staff has already noticed this potential revocation hearing for July 27th without a vote by this board. Our operations staff are on the ground constantly monitoring the sound levels. They stand literally outside the Arcadia House every hour we have outdoor entertainment, and they are in close communication with our pool deck staff to ensure compliance with the CUP. Next slide. As our client has been going through this process, we have received violations. We're going to be transparent here. We have appealed all of these violations to the special master. Next slide. However, we are not sitting idly by. We recognize the need for immediate change. We have removed 8 speakers from the northern portion of the pool deck and replaced smaller speakers with tighter sound dispersion. 2 subwoofers have been removed or relocated from the western portion of the pool deck to be further away from the Arcadia House. All mounted speakers have been lowered to 7 feet or lower to decrease the sound dispersion. We've also limited the capacity of the subwoofers, which are the speakers designed to emit bass, to 25% of their capacity. Next slide. Further, at the end of May, our team reached out to the Arcadia House and have had many discussions since to find out how we can reduce impacts to the Arcadia House. We've spoken with the president, Lorna Salas, a number of times, as well as other residents. We've offered more than once to do a town hall meeting with these residents in order to have a full discussion. We have not been able yet to have that meeting scheduled, but we're looking forward to it. With regard to the current situation, the Good Time Hotel is a new use in the area, leading the charge to revitalize Washington Avenue. The Good Time Hotel team is doing their best to be a good neighbor and have made significant changes to improve the sound system, and these changes have certainly improved the situation. We have not had a violation issue since June 5th. These changes have arisen during our opening at a time of confused and unclear enforcement. It's been a situation of constantly shifting sands. What's allowed, outdoor entertainment versus ambient, where to apply the standard, western balconies versus eastern balconies, west side of Washington Avenue versus the balconies. And above all, the subjectivity of what and where is plainly audible is introduced in the staff condition. And the bigger picture, the city's noise regulations are problematic as they lack an objective standard of measurement, and the 2 subjective measures, unreasonably loud and plainly audible, do not allow anything reasonable and non-offensive in between. There is a huge difference between being unreasonably loud and plainly audible. It appears that even the faintest hint of sound is deemed plainly audible, and each person's sense of hearing differs, but clearly all can agree that a hint of sound is not necessarily a nuisance, nor could it be offensive. The original sound study fully documented this is a busy commercial corridor with traffic, including buses, and while decibel levels are not the measure of enforcement in the code, that science has to be and is employed in designing sound systems, setting limits and peer reviewing them for compliance. The target level for the pool deck and the sound study took into account the ambient noise level in the neighborhood and ensure not to compete with that noise level. To guide your understanding, a level off the property of around 70 decibels is being on a sidewalk with nearby bus and automobile traffic, such as you discover on Washington Avenue. At around 60 decibels, it is a busy office environment. We note that our original study showed that a level of 82 decibels on the pool deck would be effectively 62 decibels across the street. Our team's sound level testing showed similar findings. Everyone agrees that the goal here is to coexist with our neighbors and not subject them to any nuisance. The challenge here is if you stand in front of the Arcadia House, you do hear sounds. You hear the traffic noise is plainly audible. There's a restaurant at the northwest corner of 7th Street and Washington Avenue. They have recorded music they play to their patrons. That is also plainly audible if you stand in front of the Arcadia House. At this time, we need a better standard for measurement of noise. We need to succeed as a business without harming our neighbors, but plainly audible is not that standard. Once we have a workable standard, we can work backwards from that point in time and make further changes to our sound system. I'd like, Mr. Chairman, if I could, to give the opportunity to Eric Birnbaum, the owner, to address you all, followed by David Grutman. I think their testimony is very important. It shows you how committed we are to correcting the situation and coming to you all. So Mr. Birnbaum is not here. He's virtual.
No,
is he around?
Go ahead, Mr. Birnbaum.
Mr. Chair, the time has elapsed. How much longer would you like to give them?
Well, we can allow Mr. Birnbaum, the other owner, we can allow him three quick minutes to speak on the item. And then I think what we should do we have members from in the chambers now who want to speak on this item? So I think what we should do is take the virtual first so that we're not competing for the chamber, and then wrap up with the public opportunity with the folks in the chamber. So we'll have Mr. Berman go ahead. How do we bring everybody?
Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Oh, okay. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
So just reflecting on all of this, I think the very simple message that we want to convey is that we come in peace, and we really have focused on the gentrification and turning sort of the tide, if you will, of Washington Avenue, and obviously investing upwards of $200 million into this corridor, and we're huge believers in it. And from the very beginning, obviously, of the blue ribbon panel that was set up. The reality of the situation is that we're not perfect. I think this is going to be a work in progress, and the only thing that I want to convey to you is that we want our neighbors to be happy, and figure out a way for everybody to coexist for the benefit, really, of this little sub-district and this little neighborhood that I think is on the verge of genuinely turning the corner and moving in the right direction. We don't take the full credit for that, obviously, but I think we've played, a significant role. And I think if we all communicate and listen to one another and work together, I think we can figure out a way for everybody to coexist and ultimately be proud of the neighborhood. So, I think as Michael said, and I'm sure David will say too, we're in a unique circumstance and opening up an operation in the middle of a pandemic. We're only, 60 days old. There's certainly going to be tweaks that are going to need to be made, and we're committed to doing that. But we want everybody to know that we're not coming in guns blazing and saying, that there's a standoff here. We want to work together with everybody. So that's really just the message that I wanted to impart.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Birnbaum.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Grutman has had a prior commitment. We thought the hearing started at 9. Would it be possible for him to offer testimony at this time? He's right there.
Well, no. He's trying to give you a special pass ahead of the folks waiting online. So if your time, I don't want to open it up to the whole floor of folks in the chambers, but if you do have a pressing, but let me ask you this before you speak. Are you going to end up staying for the majority of this hearing? Yeah. So can I ask you to wait until after? Thank you. I appreciate it. It might benefit you, sir. Okay, Rogelio.
Okay, so I guess we're going to open it up to the public. The first hand raised is Jeff Donnelly.
Thank you, members of the board. I would just like to read to you a part of a resolution passed by the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I believe some of you have had copies of this already, but in any event, this was approved on June 7th, 2021. And one paragraph from it, the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association urgently requests the planning board to eliminate the provision, which is 10.A.3 of the conditional use permit granted to 601-685 Washington Avenue, which allows entertainment and a DJ from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the rooftop venues as soon as possible. So I know that particular item is not before you today, but we'd like it to get it before you as quickly as possible, which I understand to be July 27th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly.
Next hand raised is Andrew Wharton. Andrew Wharton, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I unmuted myself. Good morning, members of the board. My name's Andrew Wharton. I live at 635 Euclid Avenue. I've been here since 1999. I'm also on the board of the Villas at South Beach Condominium Association, which is located at 635 Euclid. We are directly west of the Arcadia House. While I appreciate Mr. Larkin's comments and Mr. Birnbaum's comments, the operation has been going on unabated for 60 days. They had an obligation to get a sound study prior to opening. The 30 unit owners in my building have completely been able to hear and been able to Shazam, which is an app that you can actually find out what the songs are in their individual units while the music has been emanating from the Good Time Hotel. I agree they have a responsibility to be good neighbors, and the fact that Mr. Larkin said they're going to strive to be good neighbors is encouraging. However, what we're talking about is a sound system, and it needs to be taken care of sooner rather than later. I don't know how the city inadvertently or through an oversight issued the BRP or BRT, but it was done without the sound study performed. It's alarming to the association that I represent that since the sound study was done and the BRT was reinstated, we continue to hear extremely loud music. Code enforcement has been out, and despite the Good Time Hotel wanting to appeal those enforcement actions, it's very clear, everybody in our building, as well as the Flamingo Park Association, a number of neighboring buildings, that there doesn't appear to be a goodwill attitude from the Good Time Hotel. They do have an obligation to adhere, and we would like to see this brought to a head sooner rather than later. And I'm pretty sure that the majority of the people in my building would also agree that there should be a revocation of the BRT that allows them to have entertainment. And that'll conclude my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Wayne Roberts.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you are the planning group, and you know you're blaming the business community for what is bad planning. You really cannot merge large resorts into the mainstay of South Beach, because what you're going to have is a conflict, and they need to do their business, and it's in contradiction to what residential life is. And this conflict will go on, and as you expand this planning for South Beach, where you expand the hotels across Miami Beach into near residential areas, it will create more and more problems, and residents will move out. And that is the real story here. It isn't Mr. Gutman and the Good Time Hotel, it's the planning of Miami Beach. And by the way, I heard him say that, you know, they put $200 million in, but the ad valorem rates is $40 million at $1,500 a hotel room per year. We don't even make money at it. So that's my position. Thank you.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, by the way, can I add one other point?
Sure.
I was a little upset that I wasn't able to speak in the last presentation, and that is police should be hired specifically for the MXC, paid by the MXC. Those establishments should pay the $250,000 a year we have to pay a cop to sit out in front of their place. Period. The residents shouldn't pay. They should. And off-duty rates do not equivalent to the pensions and the health care and all the expenses associated with a cop. So let's hire a whole group of police that they're responsible for those establishments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your comments, and those are some structural comments that certainly can be considered. I'm not sure that that's going to be taken up by the planning board today, but thank you anyway. Who we have next?
Gene Carpenter.
Good morning. I, like Andrew Wharton, represent the Villas at South Beach Condominium Association. I'm on the board. I want to echo Mr. Wharton's comments, but in addition, I would like some clarity on the complaint process, because I believe at the beginning of this session, the numbers given were that the Good Times Hotel received 21 complaints and I think the number was 7 citations each weekend, which isn't entirely clear. We don't know how many weekends we're talking about. But I want to get to that 21 complaints because I know I personally made several, and I know several people in our building made several complaints. So the number 21 seems very low, and I'd like some definition on what constitutes a complaint and how they're reported. Thank you. That concludes my remarks.
The next person is Daniel Serraldo.
Yes, hi, good morning, members. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. Thank you all for putting this on the agenda. I know that we've received quite a few complaints from nearby residents about the noise emanating from this pool area. I did want to mention, as someone that's been involved with the Washington Avenue Master Plan since even before this property had its current owners, the plan was always to have some entertainment on Washington Avenue, but to contain it and not have an impact on the residents. And, the Good Time Hotel has a huge footprint, but their ground level retail is still currently totally empty. So I think that this discussion needs to continue. If they can't contain the noise on the pool, they certainly have a lot of space below where a nightclub would probably make more sense. And we're happy to work with the ownership there and bring together the neighbors to find a good resolution. Number one priority here is protecting the quality of life for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Serraldo.
The next person is Alex. No last name.
Hello.
Yes, Alex, go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Torres. I am a resident of 635 Euclid. Andrew and both Janine spoke earlier today. I just want to make some quick remarks. I agree with their statements on the degradation of the quality of life that we've received, or that we've been in the receiving end since the opening of the Good Times Hotel. One thing that we do want to highlight is that we were thrilled when the development started. We know that the block needed it, and we as residents to walk around our neighborhood and like to support local businesses. But we do have outdoor space and we have a baby, and we could no longer enjoy the rooftops anymore. We can no longer enjoy our balconies because we could hear the music in our unit, and we have impact resistant soundproofing. So we just want to make sure that as good citizens that they say that they are, that they hear the residents, and then that we can come up with some solutions so we can enjoy our neighborhoods the way we used to enjoy it, which is the residential areas need to stay residential. And we hope that we can reach an agreement at some point with businesses that we can all coexist and enjoy the South Beach, which we call home. Thank you.
Before you conclude, can you please state your full name for the record?
Alexander, and last name Torres, Torre.
Thank you.
And that's it for the hands raised online.
Okay, so we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the online platform, and then we're going to open it for those from the public to speak here in the chambers. Yes, Mr. Groupman?
I don't know if I should have stayed for that.
I think you should. It's your business, not ours.
It's really, it's sad for me. I really care about our community. I really care about Miami Beach. I could be doing things in any part of the city, and I choose to come back to Miami Beach, a block for me that means so much. It was when I first went to get a job that I couldn't get a job bartending, and to see it become the worst block in all of Miami Beach, and to be part of it, bringing it back to being one of the best blocks in Miami Beach, to me is very important. Hearing all these residents definitely makes us sad. We did open with the wrong sound system, and we did mess things up. We are going to spend $1 million right now on noise cancellation, changing the entire sound system so it's something that works with the community. This is not one of those situations where we try to bootstrap it and try to get through and all that kind of stuff, guys. We're spending real money. I could hear how sad they really are. I don't think they're doing it just to be spiteful. I think they really have an issue. I really want to try to fix that. For us, though, the pool activation does help create the whole energy of the hotel and all that. To be honest with you, for me just to put another nightclub down below, I think is going to be way worse for the residents. The reason why we do have some empty retail down below is because we've taken it super serious how to curate the retail, and we've turned down thousands of people that want to put retail space in our hotel for obvious reasons, but we really want to be part of that renaissance of this block. Again, hearing that, it breaks my heart, but we're going to do everything we can to try to do it, and not just by saying it, but actually putting our money where our mouth is, by hiring all the best specialists in the world. We've talked to people that, they've had the same issue at the one rooftop. We've hired a lot of those noise cancellation people and acoustic specialists to come and change out everything. And I think I know sound really well by having nightclubs. I fucked up on this one pretty bad, guys, to be honest with you. I made a mistake. We're bringing the right team in, and we're spending the money to fix it. But all I can ask is, if you guys put us on July, it doesn't give me enough time. Obviously, we're doing now no sound out there, like ambient sound. We're not really able to activate anything currently where we're at because of this hearing and moving forward. But if you give me if you could put it on the September one, it would help me out a lot. So I think I could change a lot of their minds by putting these sound systems and noise cancellations in. I know it's not something you have to. They're asking for you to do it right now. I'm asking for a little bit of time so I could fix the problem.
Okay, we're gonna.
I'm here, guys. This is super important to me. I think the renaissance of the street is important. I think for them to be able to live in peace is super important, and I think the outcome of it all will be best for everybody.
So Mr. Groupman, I have a ton of things I want to say, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to continue to let the public speak. So sure. just hang on. I think it'd be to your benefit. But then I'm going to have my planning board members just speak on the item one by one. We'll start with Ms. Bott and then come down the line. Is this the last? Anybody else after? Okay.
Hi, my name is Troy Wright, the executive director of the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. And I'm here because I support 100% what the Good Time Hotel is doing. I think it's been a great and positive impact on our community. And I think more than anything else, when you walk down the street, you get to see people smile again. When you have people trying to figure out where they're going or what they want to do if they're at the hotel, they're smiling again. It's a beautiful thing to see that happen. If you look at the news, you see newscasters, when they're talking about Washington Avenue, Miami Beach, the Good Time Hotel, what are they doing? Smiling again. You see the stars on television coming back to Miami Beach. They haven't been here in years, or if they did come back, they were just driving through to see what was left of it. But because of the Good Time Hotel and the changes that they've made there, they've done a great job in bringing a new positive attitude to Miami Beach and to Washington Avenue. And let's talk about economic impact. Because of the Good Time Hotel, we've had 7 new businesses open near the Good Time Hotel. Not to mention the activation of possibly the Paris Theater. They've invested over $11 million to open there. And you go up a few blocks to the Washington Park Hotel, who's activating there they've spent another $43 million. There's been a lot happening because of the Good Time Hotel and their improvements and the things that they're doing there. We're excited about it. We're happy about it. But more importantly, a year or so ago, we all complained about the negative press that Washington Avenue and Miami Beach was getting. Well, you don't really hear as much negativity anymore because there are positive things and positive changes that are happening because of the Good Time Hotel. We appreciate what they're doing. We know that there are some changes that need to be made. They are making those changes because they really do care about the community, and all we have to do is smile and enjoy it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Washington, right? Right. Thank you. Of the same district, huh? That's interesting. All right.
Washington Avenue.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Right. I'm sorry. I'm going to get the little hearing aids. Go ahead, Ms. Bott.
No, the sound conditions in here are not the best.
No, the stenographer, I could just watch her face, and she's like, what was that word? Go ahead, Ms. Bott.
To everybody representing the combined interests of the Good Time Hotel, thank you for coming today and for all the work you've been putting into providing us with all the information. Mr. Gutman, thank you for coming to speak on behalf of your baby. I appreciate that. Congratulations on the spread in GQ. I'm sure you're very used to it, but that's quite a love story you received there.
It was the cover. I just went to, it was my first cover as a big deal.
Oh, it's...
Just on the spread is really not...
For everybody listening, you can Google it. It's the UK edition of GQ. Please make sure you dive in. Listen, I've been part of the Miami Design Preservation League for a long time, and I too have been part of the conversations, therefore, of the renaissance of Washington Avenue, and your project is a big part of that. Saul Gross is a member with me on the board of Miami Beach United, of which I was the past president up until January, so I've been watching with great interest to see how this proceeds, and I am thrilled to see Washington Avenue get reinfused with vitality. Nobody is hoping to see this project fail. That's not why we're here. There's been a lot of money invested. There are a lot of wonderful things to recommend it. I also like the fact that you swear inappropriately, as I do, so that's awesome. However, and I do appreciate that you are taking this seriously. You know your business very well. You know that it's correctable, and the onus is on you to do that as soon as humanly possible and with the best possible outcome. I'm a little bit concerned to hear that you haven't, not you personally, but the group has not been able to meet with the neighbors, the residents who are affected. I don't know why that would be. I would hope that as a result of this open conversation that can be expedited. Perhaps you use a sort of an impartial third party to have a town hall. Maybe the MDPL folks could help out doing something like that. Whatever that may be. The issue is that it has to get fixed. We are seeing and I love music. I have a daughter who's a musician who's going out on tour. This is not lip service. This is a real thing. I love music, and I love live music, and the fact that we as a city cannot have live music is as a result of us trying to find some better solution to control noise generated by any kind of music at any kind of entertainment establishment. And to me, this is sort of like the straw that's breaking the camel's back. And I forget, Michael, if you raised it, or David, if you did, but the point of we need to find a better way to measure and quantify and manage sound is a bigger issue that perhaps the planning board and the staff can take up at a separate time. I'm not going to divert us here, but I think that gets to the heart of this, because most people would not be living in Miami Beach if they didn't like some kind of entertainment and nightlife or live music, but they don't want to be dealing with at 11 o'clock in the morning when they're making coffee and reading the paper after a long week, right? So, or whatever the circumstances, the sooner the better. But the part that really troubles me is that you guys know that this has been an issue. There are pages of complaints. Anybody who logs onto Facebook for a millisecond will see postings about complaints of noise issues. And that being the case, if the Good Time Hotel truly wants to be a good neighbor, you act prophylactically. You say, this is not a long-term solution. We are not going to turn down the volume permanently like this until we figure out what the long-term solution is. But for now, we are going to turn down the volume so that our neighbors are not complaining. And so the fact that up until a week ago, you're still getting complaints called in, to me is problematic. So my concern is that I would like to give you the benefit of the doubt. I've got different issues about different things that the Groot Hospitality Group does, but that they're not before the board. Before the board is the Good Time Hotel, and I want to see it succeed. I think we all do. But success means having residents who can live in their own homes without hearing a beach party happening on a rooftop 4 blocks away. And I think that is the full extent of my comments for now. Thank you. Please.
So, Tanya, I totally get what you're saying, and you're not wrong, right? So, when we first opened, we put a really world-class sound system in, not the right cancellations and stuff like that, not the right acoustic person. I work with 3-4 different sound guys. It was the wrong sound system, and we've turned it all the way down to where we're not really being able to activate the pool currently. People are coming, but it's not like I'm actually being able to generate any kind of revenue from it because people leave upset. They want a party at the end of the day, or they want something. So it's going to take a couple of weeks. We paid the $1 million, which I've never paid for $1 million sound system before in my life, on top of the old sound system. So the cancellation, the acoustics, all that, we're trying. I really need till September. I mean, we'll keep it down till then. But by July, I don't know if I could get it into place by then. We're going around the clock to do it.
Well, I'm gonna defer to the staff and the board to determine what the right timing is. But I will say this: you go to Vegas and you have those wild pool parties going on, but they are in these self-contained resorts. The benefit of having this amazing resort in Miami Beach is that you can leave the resort and walk 3 blocks to the ocean, which you can't do in Vegas. So there are trade-offs. And, nobody wants to see a business operator not realize the potential of their business. You guys have put in a lot of money, and so everybody wants to see you guys succeed. But at the end of the day, if after this sound mitigation situation does not deliver the way it will need to, there has to be a revision, a revamping of that element of your business model. It is not the only part of your business model. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm sure you've already started looking at contingency plans if we can't get it sorted so the residents can coexist with the roof party, because you have a hotel, you have multiple restaurants, you have multiple other entertainment spaces, and if need be, I would imagine that there's the willingness to give you the benefit of the doubt, but if need be, if it does not work, there's going to have to be a different solution.
Can I just say one thing, just chiming in? So our business plan, and just taking a step back once again, like we did go through this in 2016 and 2017 and came up with a business plan that everybody signed off on, and then have ultimately executed that. Now, to say that we've done it flawlessly would be incorrect, but we have been. We always plan to do an entertainment venue here, and part of the business plan was oriented around that. So 60 days in to, come up with a contingency plan and plan for what if, I think we need to really spend the time working together and figure out how do we get this to a point where everybody can coexist. And I do believe that doing this haphazard and doing it fast for July, let's say, it would just be a little bit penny wise, pound foolish. Let's spend the right time and get this right so that the residents are happy, so that we're happy, and that this is a success. It would be really, really bad that if we had to shut down the entire pool deck and not have that be part of the business plan. This is a huge focal point and an attraction for the property. So to say that it's going to just go away, I think would be a mistake, not only obviously for our business, but I also think like subsequently for the neighborhood. I think that it would just be bad.
So I would love to have you guys come back and say, and have residents lining up to say, you know what, they did it. It's awesome.
Me too.
So I hope that you get there. In the meanwhile, turn the volume down. Like, just turn it down so that nobody can hear you unless you're at the pool deck or standing right in front of the hotel. I don't think that's such a difficult request in the spirit of being good neighbors, in the spirit of outreach. And I would love to see you all prove us wrong and say, ha, told you we'd do it. And the end of discussion, move on and be successful. But there has to be this knowledge that if it's not successful, you're not just going to get a by. That's my only point.
Yeah, I do think that, just speaking honestly here, that we do need to come up with some sort of like scientific measure of a decibel level, so that what one person thinks versus what another person thinks is totally subjective. And if we can really zero in and get it to, I'm not, an engineer, but if it's 70 decibels or whatever the number is that is, considered acceptable, that's what we should aim towards, and really like use that as our barometer so that we can create a system that fits to that.
Well, Mr. Chair, maybe we can put some recommendation to the commission and to the staff and the city manager that we develop a working group to address that issue, because as I said earlier, most of us in the city of Miami Beach would love to be able to go hear, an acoustic guitar player or, somebody, and so this is a bigger issue. You guys are standing before us, so you're getting the brunt of this, but the problem with the sound issue is that there are plenty of lousy operators up and down the strip in all different parts of the city who will turn down the volume the second somebody sees the code compliance person come by. And that's not, that's not how the system's designed to work. And it sort of, pardon me for swearing, but it screws the pooch for everybody else. For those of us who like to enjoy live music, for people who want to operate a business with live music, but that's a separate issue. So for now, the issue is attenuate the sound to a way that makes a significant difference in the quality of life of your residents, because you are in the middle of a residential neighborhood effectively. And so
we have guys across the street there on microphones. I can hear, I can't, so we know, not to play a cat and mouse game with code enforcement coming by or that, just so we can see if the residents could hear it or not, because that's how much we're taking it serious. But we're changing the whole thing, and I feel bad. I mean, that's not.
So here, my last question, and then I'll turn it over. And I am quite clearly not a sound engineer, but it just occurred to me: if the party is on the roof deck and you've got people with mics on the ground at the base of the building across the street, but if you're at the same level in an apartment building, at the same level or elevated from the roof deck height, I believe that should be measured as well, because I don't think sound drops. I think if you're going across and above it and there's nothing to block it, you're going to hear it much more clearly and loudly than you would if you're standing at the base of the building. So if that is not already part of the consideration set, I would encourage you to include that as part of the consideration set.
Great point. Totally agree.
So,
thank you, and I yield my time.
Mr. Weeder?
But I want to hear what the other things about fruit hospitality that you're upset about.
I'm not upset per se, but it's not before the commission and the planning board at this point. So
let's do that. Let's do that another time. This is not I'm going to employ you to follow up on another time.
That's it.
Right.
Go ahead,
Mr.
definitely
Weeder.
talk to that.
Look, this is a difficult situation for the city of Miami Beach. We're in a sort of unusual configuration. I think Wayne Roberts, I think his name was, made a very prescient comment when he said that there's a contradiction between a business neighborhood and a hotel, and residential living. It's like putting a square peg in a round hole. So I recognize the difficulties with which you are faced in trying to accommodate your neighbors as well as running a successful business. The issue with sound, as this board has confronted before many times, is not so much the high frequencies, but the thumping bass, which travels across a much further distance and disturbs a lot more people. The higher frequencies can be attenuated, but the bass thump, if it's beyond a certain level, is impossible to control. And I imagine the sonic engineers who are going to come around are going to tell you that. In addition to that, you have a mixed neighborhood where people are susceptible to that sound. So you have an inherent conflict that's happened. This is not the first time around the block on this issue, especially with South Beach. I applaud your efforts of having a beautiful new hotel. Lord knows we need new energy, but Miami Beach is confronting a lot of contradictions between development, resiliency, neighborhoods. It's not like you're in the Hard Rock Casino where you can play the music as loud as you want and nobody cares and nobody hears except the passing cars on I-95. But that's not what we want in this city. So I just think that you have to stop the sound until you have this thing appropriately configured. I agree with Tanya 100% on that. So I don't really have a solution for you because it's a very complex problem. Because what you're doing is inherently contradictory to a residential neighborhood, and people who live in that neighborhood also make a choice. They also know that they're moving into an environment which may produce more sound than they would like. On the other hand, there are people who have been there for years and do not like the changes that have happened. So some people would have preferred Miami Beach to remain, a somnolent little southern town where nobody could, be disturbed. We're not Palm Beach. So you've got to turn that sound down for the residents. And if you have a workable solution, come back to us with it. So that's basically, the issue. It's
100%.
I know you've done a lot of good things for the neighborhood. I know you've done all the things that.
But that doesn't make it okay for me to hurt these residents.
Right, I
agree
understand your heart's in the right place. It's just a question of, the devil being in the details.
And guys, that's what we're doing. That's the focus of our whole thing by bringing all these specialists in. You guys, I could bring every celebrity in the world. I could get all the great press. I could clean up the neighborhood. But if the residents in the neighborhood can't sleep can't live, that's not good for me either, guys. Okay. That's not what I'm trying to do. So let me fix it.
You're talking the talk. Let's hear you walk the walk.
That's what I do. I care, guys. You know what I mean? And I don't want them to be pissed off. That's not fair.
Proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Look, we're going to get it right. You just got to give us the opportunity to prove that. So I think we're bringing on the best of the best and the best talent, and they need to do their work, and we need to reconfigure the sound system. It's really that simple, but we are going to get it right.
They've been working around the clock to do this with the sound, the testing, the whole thing, the specialists.
So let me just, and I'm going to pass it off to my last two colleagues, but my comments will be quick. I definitely agree with a lot that has been said. I think that you have at least demonstrated to me that there is an effort that matches on your side, at least, to try to resolve this issue, just as you have made a significant effort to bring forth a beautifully looking building, right? To bring forth an environment that is, meeting the economic climate of Miami Beach at the time, which is tourism based. You are, without the input of the dais here, or the members assembled here who weren't here all together when this project was fully envisioned, have put forth smaller hotel rooms, which is something that comes up a lot on conversation here, whether it's in Sunset Harbor or other places. I think that, there have been some issues with the sound study in terms of the cart before the horse with the BTR issuance and all of that. And that's not necessarily your fault. That may be something on our side, on the city side, that should have been done a little bit better, and that was asked of Mr. Fernandez earlier with Mr. Larkin. And, I think that sound studies possibly, or I shouldn't say sound studies, but I should say evaluations when they are taken are dependent heavily based on our code on the environmental conditions that exist when it's being applied. So whether you have this thing that normally occurs every day may impact the level of how your sound is transmitted when it was being evaluated too. So we are sensitive to that. I do understand that it is not going to be resolved in 30 days, so I want to let you know that.
Thank you.
I don't believe that this board, just based on knowing the members here, and I can't speak for them, they are speaking for themselves and they will vote accordingly. I believe that they will give you the time that you're asking for because of how you've presented yourself here today. I also heard, and I believe you heard it too, and I'm glad that you did stay, and it is good that you had a chance to listen to the residents first before you spoke, because I think you responded appropriately. But more than anything, I think you heard from the residents for the most part, because I thought you were going to get everybody just coming at you today. I heard residents saying, I want to make it work.
Great.
And we don't get a lot of that here when someone is coming forth with a type of noise, being originated from your property. So with that, I'm going to just say, I think you have an opportunity to do everything that Tanya said, where the residents will come back and say, and you'll say, wow, they did make the change. And I think you're doing all the things that you need to do. Now, like all things in life, somebody just doesn't have the same interests as you and just will say that you're never going to get it right. I don't think that that's the position of this board. The position of this board is to try to balance the needs of the residents with the business community. Okay, so with that, I'm going to stop there and turn it over to Mr. Fernandez. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the many members of the community that have communicated with us regarding this, and to you for being here present today. So I want to start off by highlighting the unique challenges we face on Washington Avenue. And colleagues, there is a street that does have challenges in Miami Beach. It is Washington Avenue. And just to remind myself of the challenges that we face on Washington Avenue this weekend, I took it upon myself to walk Washington Avenue. I walked it in the evening and I walked it in the morning. And I have to say, I am sad to say that walking down Washington Avenue, for the most part, is not a very pleasant experience. You see establishments that just are not attracting the right activity to our city. And, do I agree with the concerns of the public? I definitely agree with the concerns of the public, and I echo their urging to you to quickly remedy these issues. But at the same time, what message do we send to the business community that is willing to invest money into improving Washington Avenue, into curating retail to not be hookah lounges, to not be smoke shops, to not be check cashing stores, to not being pizza slice shops, to not being these rental shops, to not being all these other nuisance uses that we complain about, to not being liquor stores? What message do we send out there when we don't work with an establishment and helping them get to where they need to be? Because at the end of the day, the onus fell on the city to conduct an inspection that the city did not conduct prior to the issuance of the BTR. And this is a problem that
we need to look at seriously, because if we are issuing conditional use permits that are supposed to set the standards for the operations of these establishments, and then we're issuing the business tax receipts where we're saying, here's a green light so that you can go ahead and operate, and we're not verifying as a city organization that those conditions have been met, then we are doing a detriment, number one, to the taxpayers and residents that we sit here to serve, and number two, we do nothing other than theater when we approve these conditional use permits. And we need to make sure that we send a very loud and strong message to our city administration, to our city officials. Please make sure before you issue these BTRs that the conditions of these permits are met. We owe it to the public that take the time to sit through hours of these hearings, that sit with the applicants, and the applicants who take time to sit with the attorneys and the neighbors to work out these conditions. We owe it to them. So let's make sure that before we give the BTRs, let's make sure that these conditions are met. Ambient noise. Ambient noise, to me, means nothing.
Zero.
Ambient noise is subjective. And I think we need to get to a point in this city where we clearly tell people this is the decibel. Because, there's just no way of controlling ambient. Mr. Grudman, it puts us in a very difficult position, all right? But I have to tell staff, I feel uncomfortable when we have an establishment that outside the establishment we had a shooting, outside the establishment we had a fight, the establishment was getting noise violations, yet we recommended continuance to next month of that one. But of this one, where we dropped the ball as the city, we're saying revocation. That's a hesitation that I have. Why is one different than the other? And so I don't want to get into more of the issues here. I think that you are set on a course of correction of these issues. I hope HPB staff, if HPB can do whatever it can to expedite the hearing of these issues, because the more quickly whatever needs to go through HPB or DRB, the more quickly that those issues are heard, the quicker that we can address this issue for the residents. And other than that, I echo the comments of the chair. I don't think that today we probably would be taking any action of modification or revocation, but giving you that time that you need to do the work. And then if you don't do that work and you don't comply, well, then I think my feelings would be very different on this. So those are my comments for now.
Mr. Pietro, sorry, Asa.
I think it's a great development. I think anyone who puts that much money into Washington Ave has to care about the community. I also do know that operating roof decks and entertainment are pretty necessary when you make that kind of investment. Otherwise, it can be economically devastating. It seems like you're doing everything we would want you to be doing to remedy this for the neighbors. So if everyone is ready, I'm happy to move this to September.
All right.
I know I'm going to jump the gun on that, but...
So, but let me just... I don't think you got a second yet, so I think...
I'll second it.
But okay, it's been moved and seconded to move this to September.
Anya?
Just don't have any more violations called in between now and September. It's going to be a long, hot summer, and it won't reflect well.
One second, we have a motion on the floor. I'm not going to let you respond to that.
Well,
so, Rogelio, we have it moved by Asa and seconded by David to have this them come back to us in September for a progress report.
Just point of information.
Yes.
Just so that I know, just so that I can vote on this motion correctly. I need to know what time the violations that were issued for this? What times are we looking at? Were these violations issued at night? Were they issued during the day? Have the pattern of the violations slowed down? And
So they're between 4 and 6, guys. We put our headliner on from 4 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay.
So that's when that's when we put like the bigger DJ on.
Only on weekends, I'm being told?
Saturday and Sunday only. We don't even do it on Fridays.
So these are not nighttime violations? It's not 1 o'clock in the morning,
6 p.m., which,
midnight?
listen, I want people to...
Okay.
yeah, that's the time.
Okay. I just needed that clarification so that I could vote properly on
Right, it's not
on
10
what's being
a.m., 11
proposed.
it's 4 o'clock in
Okay.
the afternoon and 6 p.m., but I get it.
1 second, Mr. Goodman. Any other unreadiness? All right. Any other unreadiness on the motion? There's no question. It's just, do you have a question? All right, Rogelio?
Okay, roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
And Ms. Bott?
Yes.
All right,
Motion
now,
passes 5-0.
now, Tanya, you can tell them what you were telling them.
You know, do you remember when they were talking about putting a rooftop movie on Alton? I forget where we are in that.
You know where it was? It was in the Sony building. It was the Sony thing on Lincoln Road at the time, right? To do a movie thing, I think, up there. Is that the one you're talking about?
It may have been. It's so many.
Lincoln Road, where the Sony, right here.
Yeah. So, worst comes to worst, while you guys are mitigating all this, do like this silent dance party situation where everyone gets earphones. You can crank it up as loud as you want. You have people dancing their butts off and have a great time. And oh, by the way, nobody else is doing that. It would make great press. It would kill many birds with one stone. No offense to birds.
It was pretty cool. I'm sure you're going to look at your business model.
That's what, I think I just might put that in Live. I'm just going to go to Live and do the format. But listen, guys, no matter what the things are, if they're not happy, it's not good for us no matter what. So we're going to make them happy, okay?
And just Mr. Chair,
cleaned it up.
if I could just ask the attorney and staff, if something goes on between today and our July meeting, can we bring them back before this board?
We can notice them.
We would have to issue another cure letter for them to come back. So if there's enough time, I think the cure letter has a 15-day period that they have to respond. Then we could bring them back.
Okay, and
under a separate cure letter.
And our July meeting is July 27th.
That's correct.
Okay, just because it's very important for you to be aware. We're giving you till September,
right?
But please be mindful of the regulations, because should you violate the code, you may be asked to come back before this board, and just be mindful of this, please, and so that when you go about your business on a daily basis.
And maybe you could notice your neighbors if you're testing sound
Yes.
one day. That way, if you were testing it and it's a little loud, it's a little softer, they're at least aware that you're playing with the
Part of
levels.
the violations when we were doing the test, that they were like, they were, and rightfully so.
Good. All good points. Rogelio, before we close out this
Guys,
item.
thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks to everybody.
You're welcome, Mr. Birnbaum. There was a question from the public, and I don't know if you're the right person to answer it, but the question was, how are complaints recorded?
Actually, I said 21. It's actually 27 noise complaints since April 3rd. We have Manny VR. Could you join us to address that question on how code enforcement complaints are recorded?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody, members of the board. Noise complaints are recorded through the parking and code compliance dispatcher. The phone number for anyone to report a live and active loud music or noise complaint, or any other type of complaint for that matter, is 305-604-2489. And that's 305-604-CITY. So people would call the complaints into that line, the hotline, as we call it. A dispatcher will intake the information, as much information as the complainant will provide to us. The complaint could be anonymous, or they can leave their contact information for a supervisor to contact them back with the results of the inspection and the complaint. But that's how live noise complaints are recorded. It should be recorded through the code compliance and parking dispatcher, and that's the phone number to reach us at for any complaints. Other types of complaints may be reported through that line as well. And dispatcher then creates a noise complaint which gives it a reference number, and obviously they populate all the pertinent fields: time the complaint was received, the type of noise that the complaint is describing to us, if they want to leave a callback number, if they want to be contacted by a supervisor, if they want to leave their contact information, et cetera, et cetera. Then the dispatcher, after they input that information in the system, raises the code compliance supervisor, and we send a code compliance officer right out to address and respond to the complaint.
All right, and I assume it also logs after that the disposition of the complaint, correct?
It does. The customer does have can see certain information. Obviously, not all the information in the internal system, but they can see the disposition of the complaint if they choose to check online, or they can certainly feel free to call us back and ask for an update from the dispatcher or the code compliance supervisor on duty.
All right, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I think residents definitely are benefited by having the clarity around that process, and I appreciate you sharing it. With that, we're going to move on to a new application. This is going to be Planning Board File 210432. And I don't know why it's also known as Planning Board File 16060037. Maybe two different addresses: 1669 Collins Avenue and 1 Lincoln Road, Bagatelle.
That was the file number. That's the previous file number from when the application originally came to the board.
Got it.
The PB 210432 is the current file number for this request for a modification.
Got it. Okay. Let's roll with this. And this is a name change, right, or something?
It's a name change. The address 1669 Collins Avenue and 1 Lincoln Road. Previously, the CUP was issued to Tatel Miami LLC, and the request is to change the name to Bagatelle Miami LLC. Staff is recommending that there be two changes to the CUP. One is adding a condition that's standard on new CUPs that the applicant agrees and shall be required to provide access to areas subject to the CUP, not including private residences, for inspection by the city, such as planning, code compliance, building department, fire safety, to ensure compliance with the terms of the condition of the CUP. And then the other one is a change requiring that future changes of ownership, and also we need to add ownership or operator, be modified to allow any future changes of ownership to take place with the submittal of an affidavit to the planning department where the applicant acknowledges and accepts all of the conditions of the modified CUP. And then also we would recommend that a progress report be scheduled within 60 days of the submission of an affidavit. That way we can confirm if the applicant is operating correctly pursuant to the terms of the CUP. And staff recommends that the planning board approve the modification subject to the conditions in the draft order, with the modification as stated that we should add the word operator to that condition.
Good afternoon. Alfredo Gonzalez on behalf of both the operator and the landlord on the project.
Alfredo, before you begin, may I swear you in? Do you swear under oath that all testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure. As attorney, yeah. Okay. As the Tatel restaurant was located at the Ritz-Carlton South Beach, that back in 2017 closed after damage after Hurricane Irma, and after the renovations, they did the repairs and also renovated the property. Reopened back in the fall of 2020. Now the last space, the restaurant space that's in what formerly was the Delito lobby facing Collins Avenue, is scheduled to reopen. We're requesting the modification of the order, of the existing order, and to bring in Bagatelle. I have representatives of Bagatelle online if you needed to ask any questions, and I'll reserve any questions the board may have, but didn't feel we needed to do a full presentation unless there are questions.
Just one question. What's the reason for the name change?
It's a different operator. Tatel was a different restaurant. They left as a tenant. Bagatelle is moving in as a tenant. It's the same space, all indoors. The same sound system that's been certified by this board as part of the original CUP is still in place. It was kept by the landlord as part of the transfer. So it's basically a new restaurant moving in.
And the same regulations apply to everything.
Correct.
Is there any need for discussion on this?
I mean, you're accepting of all the additional staff.
I accept the additional, and then there was one typo that was just I guess a scrivener's error. I just want to make sure we correct on the draft order when it refers to the existing planning board order. It's PB 0616, not 1606, because that was inverted. So I just want to make sure that's corrected. So there's a clear reference to the original order.
So in the draft order I have here, it's PB 0616-0037. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to move it as amended by staff and by the applicant. But on that, I just want to know, because staff did note one change that did get my attention, and that is that future changes of ownership will not be coming, I guess, before this board. Is that did I read that right?
So the idea the idea here is currently when they need to modify the ownership, they have to submit an application, and that's about a 3-month process. And it sometimes is onerous for if you're selling your business to a new operator. So the idea here is that, and going back, the intent of that was so that the new operator could not make an excuse that they were not aware of the CUP and that they knew about the conditions that they had to operate under. The idea here is that they would be able to submit an affidavit to the city acknowledging that they accept all of the conditions, and then in 60 days they would come to the planning board so that we can see if they actually are operating in accordance with the conditions of the CUP. So instead of coming prior to taking over the business, they would come after taking over the business to make sure that they're operating correctly.
And Mr. Chair, if I could follow up with staff, why is it that this process takes about 3 months?
When you submit an application for the CUP, you first submit all of your documents. It takes staff about 2 weeks to review and make sure that everything is correct. You have to submit application, disclosures, all sorts of stuff. Then they have an opportunity to make corrections, and so they have about another 2 weeks after that, and then staff has another 2 weeks to review everything and make sure everything's correct. Once they get their notice to proceed and all the documents are correct, this is about roughly a 2-month process. Then there's a 30-day period where we have to send public notice, and the application has to just sit there, and no changes can be made for 30 days. So that's why it's a 3-month process.
I do see the benefit to the public, Mr. Chair, of these changes of ownership coming back before the board that approved it, just because when we approve one of these conditional use permits, there could be issues that arise along the way, and that perhaps a new potential owner might not be aware of, and that if the owner does come before the planning board, we can, number one, thank them for investing in our city, welcome them to our city, but it also gives us the opportunity to address, maybe bring some of these issues to their attention, make sure that they're aware of them, maybe get some sort of commitment from them to work on these issues and the community. And so to that extent, if you guys could perhaps think of a way that perhaps that 3-month process could be expedited, maybe some sort of amendment could be done to the code on the 30-day notice requirement that perhaps could expedite the process and not make it a delayed process for the applicant, but we still preserve for this planning board the opportunity to have this hearing with these applicants who are investing in our city. I think it's a good balance and it serves everyone well. But nonetheless, I don't want to change the process that's been already initiated for this application. And again, I'd be happy to move it as amended.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Weeder. subject to the modifications as discussed.
Motion and second. Okay, I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
Ms. Bott.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gonzalez. All right, we're going to move on to the next item, which I believe is of similar nature with a name change. This is going to be Planning Board File 210441. This is 2038 Collins Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob Delafuente with law offices at 1200 Brickell Avenue. I think I cut off Aurelio. Were you about to introduce it?
I was just going to introduce the item on behalf of the city. So this is the restaurant that was going to the other file. The restaurant that was going to the other file. This is where they used to be. So this is file number PB21-0441. The previous file numbers were 2277. It's located at 2038 Collins Avenue, also 202 to 218 21st Street. So this used to be Bagatelle. Now it will be becoming Rasputin. The CUP was originally issued in 2001, and it's been modified over the years, so I don't need to go through the whole history. But essentially, we're recommending the same condition as we did in the last case, that we modify it so that they come back to the board after 60 days. And staff recommends that the planning board approve the name change as with the conditions recommended in the draft order.
Moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
And seconded. Moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Weeder.
Okay, I'll do a roll call.
Why would anybody want to name their restaurant Rasputin?
I thought it was a cool name.
Well, I'll tell you that there's actually,
One second, sir.
Okay.
We have a
Realize-
motion on the
you
floor.
realize
1 second, Mr. Weeder, Mr. Weeder.
You realize they poisoned him, and they poisoned him, and then they shot him and threw him in the river, and he still didn't die.
I'm losing control here. Go ahead, Rogelio.
All right, Ms. DiPietro,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
and Ms. Bott.
Yes.
All right, now go
So
ahead.
Just very briefly, actually, joining us on Zoom is Remy Laba, Alexander Gislain, who is the head of Rasputin. This is kind of a joint venture now between Bagatelle and Rasputin. Romain Rochi from Bagatelle and Lloyd Maggiolino from Rasputin. So first, it's not actually Rasputin, it's Rasputin, so it's different. But Rasputin is a Parisian restaurant that has been in existence for many years and has a very fine reputation.
It's not the
This
Russian.
This is a Parisian Rasputin. And if Alexander is on, then I don't know if he wants to add to that, but yes, it's not quite the same. Not quite the same.
I thought it was an interesting take on Rasputin and Poutine from Canada. And I was really curious to see how that was going to go, but clearly not.
Well, whatever you like, then, so, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Is Mark Chamel the presenter, you said? Because we forgot
Sir?
to open.
Come back.
We forgot to open the public hearing.
I was just reminded of that by one of our board members.
I'll
that we
do a
didn't-
motion to reconsider the
We-
motion.
It may not be necessary, but is that gentleman part of the team?
There's a Mark Chamel with his hand raised.
Is he? All right, let's take Mr. Chamel, and then we can reconsider if he's.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go, Mr. Chamel. And I apologize. It's all on me. I got.
It's no problem. It's no problem. My name is Mark Schemmel, 220 21st Street, apartment 208, Miami Beach. I want to thank the board members for allowing me to speak today. I'm an owner in the Boulan South Beach condominium, which is located directly above the space which Rasputin intends to occupy. I'm also on the board of the condominium association. I just want to say that we've always worked with tenants in the commercial space below us, and we do wish Rasputin a lot of success. However, in the past, we've had some problems with this specific space, which interestingly enough is Bagatelle Restaurant. Up to 2 or 3 times a week, especially during peak season, the sound, and even more so the physical vibrations from this space would reverberate all the way up to the 5th floor, which made it nearly impossible for the unit owners or the guests to sleep. We would call code compliance, they would come, they would lower the music, then the music would go back up. after code compliance left. And I can certainly understand that they may have needed this to operate their business. And while they promised and started to work with us that they would soundproof it, they never did and then consequently left. I'd like to request that before being allowed to open, that the new restaurant conduct a sound study and abide by it with the appropriate soundproofing, and absolutely not be allowed to open until the necessary work is completed. I would also ask that a condominium representative could be present for all testing and soundproofing. We've always worked with tenants in these spaces, including the Adore nightclub when they were a tenant. They did the right work, they met with us, they did a whole bunch of tests. We never heard or felt a thing while they were operating. I'd only ask that Rasputin does the same thing. Thank you.
All right, and again, Mr. Schemmel, I apologize. I don't have a screen in front of me that I normally have, so I didn't see that you were waiting. So I really do apologize.
So as part of our CUP, the one that's being...
Mr. Chair, just if I may, I think before you continue, if you allow me, let me do a motion to bring the item back before us so we can reopen the item if the attorney believes that may be appropriate.
Yeah, I think just go for it.
I think that'd be best.
We're going to do it.
No, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not noticed, and it's not before the board. This is just a name change.
No, but I want to do it the way he's doing it. Go ahead, Alex. Please.
So I make a motion to bring back before us at this table the item PB 21041, and my motion is to reopen the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
All right.
Motion passes.
Now go ahead, sir.
Part of the CUP that we are taking over does have very specific conditions, and there was a noise study and a sound study done that we installed a sound system that complied with that. Part of that, before we got our BTR the first time, required approval by the association, and that occurred. So what I will say is that there are standards in place, and we know that they worked because it's something that the association agreed to and that the city also agreed to when we were issued our BTR. The restaurant has been closed for the last couple of years. That being said, we are certainly open to, of course, continuing the dialogue with the association. That's something that we want to do. We did neighbor reach out before this meeting. We conducted a Zoom meeting for the community where we sent the notice to everybody that was on the radius list. And we did have the Greystone Hotel who came and attended. They were the only ones who showed up at that meeting, but they were supportive of our application, as is the Satai, who I spoke with separate from that meeting. And as I said, we are open to listening to the association at any time. They have my contact information. If they don't, I'll be glad to share that with him. And I'm sure my client is open to speaking with them individually and in person as well. As you know, they have participated via Zoom. They're actually, one is in Tulum, one is in Paris, two are in Paris, and one is in Los Angeles. But there are protections in place. There is a sound study that has been approved by this board and has been blessed by the city, and the sound system that is in place now is the same one that was blessed and approved by the city. I don't know the timing of the incidents that the gentleman was referring to, but I can tell you that at this point, I don't believe that there are any open code enforcement issues. We have been closed for the last 2 years or so, and this is sort of the reopening of the restaurant that we're trying to launch. So, if you have any other questions or want any other details, then we're happy to provide that.
Mr. Chair.
Other person who has their hand raised as well.
Yeah, let's go.
Remy Laba.
Hi, how are you? I'm the principal and the owner of Bagatelle Miami LLC, but also of Rasputin.
Mr. Lava, may I swear you in?
Yes, please, you may.
Do you swear that all the testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. So, no, the only thing I wanted to add is that we did indeed work extensively with the Condo Association in the past. One of the things that was indeed a problem was more of a structural issue between our restaurant and the few units above. And we've been proactive in the last few months to correct anything that could be corrected based on our past knowledge. Our restaurant was closed because of water damage. The 2 cooling towers of the hotel emptied out in our restaurant about 19 months ago, created extensive damage. And then between, reaching an agreement with insurance and then the pandemic, we've only been able to restart working and rebuilding the restaurant about a month and a half ago. And I'd like Mr. Schemmel to know and the planning board to know that we've taken that opportunity to fill the ceiling while we were repairing it with acoustic foam, which is something that we wanted to do in the past, but it was extremely expensive. It would have cost us $150,000 plus closure, which at the time was not really possible. But because of the nature of the damage incurred, we used that opportunity to do that. So I firmly believe that that will absolutely mitigate the few issues that were left, and will only improve the sound testing that we had done with them in the past before getting our new BTR in 2018, I think. And we're absolutely committed in continuing in that dialogue and whatnot with the Boulan Association as well as with any of our neighbors.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to check with staff and confirm there have not been any code violations in this location that we have information of. And have we received, or has the planning department received a final sound transmission test and report with the performance of the sound system and the sound attenuation devices as required by the conditional use permit?
I believe so. I'll have to do some research because this was issued quite a while ago. Let me see what was done at the time. It was prior to my taking over the CUP process. So let me do some research on that.
I will tell you that the original order, actually, we even agreed to the participation of the former condo board president to be there and approve the sound system before we were issued the BTR. And, that definitely occurred, or else we wouldn't have been able to get one.
Got it.
Great. And I think this is a good opportunity, I guess, to kind of echo the comments that I made with the last item about how valuable these public hearings are when these name changes do come forward, because it does give the opportunity for the public, for the neighbors to participate, to voice whatever concerns, and we get to work whatever issues may be of concern. I guess once Rogelio has that answer, we can move forward with this.
So in the meantime, the original order, if you look at number 6F, the condition was a final sound transmission test and report which includes the performance of sound systems and sound attenuation devices shall be submitted for the reasonable review and approval of both planning department staff and the Boulan Condominium Association prior to the issuance of a certificate of use or BTR. Mm-hmm. So that was the...
Right. What we can do, because I don't want to hold up the meeting, just remind the city that prior to the issuance of the BTR, just to make sure that has been reviewed by staff, and also reviewed by the condominium association. And with that, because I don't want to put staff in a position now to find records that might be not readily available. So with that, Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd be happy to renew the motion for approval.
All right, it's been moved to approve the transition of ownership with the continuation of the CUP. Staff, that'll be conditional upon staff confirming that we do have the record of the studies.
Yep.
Second. It's been seconded by Mr. Weider.
Okay, roll call, Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Aye.
Ms. Bott.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go faster now.
And welcome.
All right, we're going to move to, before we get into our discussion items, our last item, actually, it's not our last item.
Action.
No, it will be before discussion. Planning Board File 210450, West Avenue Bayfront Overlay Bed and Breakfast, and I believe this is a continuation or an addition to some regulation that we passed last year or earlier this year on West Avenue with regards to hostels. But take it away, Rogelio.
Okay, so this is an ordinance amendment, file number PB21-0450. It's an amendment to the West Avenue Bayfront Overlay, and this amendment essentially prohibits bed and breakfasts from being developed in the site. Currently, the overlay allows for bed and breakfasts on existing single-family residential structures, existing structures that existed as of the date that the ordinance was originally adopted in the overlay. And that was intended as an incentive to preserve these single-family structures. However, the city is now seeking to remove that allowance for these structures in the West Avenue overlay. So this essentially just prohibits the use and allows the existing legal non-conforming suite hotels, bed and breakfast inns located in the overlay to not be expanded. So they can continue operating, but they will not be able to expand. So that's, the staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
And there's no presentation on this, right?
It's just yeah, it's a straightforward ordinance just to remove that as an allowable use in the overlay.
All right. Do we have any questions from the board on the item?
Yes, I do.
Yes, David.
What's the reason for eliminating this option for homeowners, single-family homeowners who want to keep them as bed and breakfasts, if they've been working that way all along? What's the reason for that? Is that so they can be torn down and there could be new development there?
The main issue there is having the transient use in the neighborhood. The residents don't want to see the transient uses in the neighborhood anymore. So this is to prevent expansion of that. So there are some bed and breakfast that already exist, and those are allowed to remain. But this is really to prevent the transient uses in this area and make it more of a residential community.
What percentage of the residences in that area are currently used as B&B as opposed to the entire makeup of the neighborhood?
Let me ask that of some of our staff. I don't think it's many. I think it's really a handful. Let me ask one question.
And Mr. Chair, if I may ask the city attorney, with the adoption of this legislation, what would be occurring is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that existing bed and breakfast inns would become legal non-conforming. In other words, we're not putting them out of business. We're not telling them you can no longer operate. The existing ones just become legal non-conforming. What we're saying is that prospectively, new ones won't be able to be licensed to operate?
That's what they're saying.
That is correct.
Okay.
I have a question. How does that work?
So
go ahead, David.
How many individual homes are there that are could be possibly used as bed and breakfasts?
So we have in the staff report the map, the area. There's a very small area of the West Avenue overlay that has homes. I want to say it's 20.
It's a small area. It's like
a
between
very
14th
small area.
and 16th Street. West
Actually,
and Bay.
Tom just let me know there's actually 0 bed and breakfast in the area. And so the homes in the area, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 10 or 15. It's a very small number.
There are 10 or 15 that are not. And how many bed and breakfasts are there?
0. I thought there was one, but it's 0 at this time.
So were there homes that were bed and breakfasts prior to recently?
Not to my knowledge.
At no time?
No.
I believe this is a prophylactic measure to prevent these sorts of things from cropping up in the future.
Yes.
And trying to eliminate the possibility of providing an access point for the kind of chaos we're seeing elsewhere in the city.
What I'm concerned about is the destruction for economic reasons of existing homes that homeowners could stay in if they so chose. So perhaps there can be a compromise that would say that if there's new construction with the intent of it being a bed and breakfast, then maybe we could look at it from that point of view. But people who live there, I don't want to see them economically forced out of the neighborhood simply because people at on West Avenue condos don't want them there anymore.
Well, what are the protections currently for the single-family homes there?
The single-family homes are in the RM1 district, so they could be demolished and built as a small apartment building.
So I think, David, your concern kind of speaks to some of the issues that come up when we talk about the Palm View neighborhood. And so one of the things that folks there had conversation about, or at least we had conversation some time ago, was about accessory dwelling units and being able to allow those folks to have additional income to address some of the maintenance issues that they would need in that neighborhood. And so I see it almost in the same vein of what you're saying, is that we might be taking away the opportunity.
Issue than Palm View.
No, I understand, but in Palm View, the accessory dwelling units give the homeowner the opportunity to have an additional income to help address some of the things. And if I heard you correctly, you said this may take away from the owners who may need to have another option to stay economically viable. Is that what you said, or no?
It also prevents the destruction of single-family residences that are already there, even though it isn't a historically designated area.
Right, but you tied it to their economic viability, right, to be able to remain there, and accept taxes and all the things that would otherwise force them out. Is that the way you said it, or no? Maybe I missed it.
What I'm saying is that the character of the neighborhood, some of the homes there were probably there a very long time. They contribute to the character of the neighborhood. So if people are forced out economically because they can't take in a roomer or a boarder, it's disturbing to me because it's just incentivizes continuing development, which I think unrestricted development is dangerous for the city. So I'm not comfortable with this.
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
If I may, number one, I want to thank Commissioner Samuelian for sponsoring this ordinance. I think it's a very good piece of legislation. I think he has worked very closely with the residents in West Avenue, having to do with the creation of this language, and also you remember the fact that this has been in the works for many years. I think it was Commissioner Malikoff who back a number of years ago started the process of eliminating some of these more intense transient uses from the West Avenue Bayfront overlay. It's not lost in me the challenges that these hostel, hotel, bed and breakfast, these type of transient uses, the challenges that they bring where full-time residents live. They also bring public safety challenges to these areas. Recently, there was an unfortunate public safety situation that did occur at one of these transient uses on West Avenue. So to the extent that this does help address quality of life issues and public safety issues, I think that this is good language, and it's not taking away from the concerns that our colleague has raised. But I do think
that eliminating some of these intense transient uses from the West Avenue overlay is proper. And because of that, I feel comfortable supporting this item and moving this item.
Before we move, we do have a couple hands raised in the public hearing. If you want to open the public hearing,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
please. Let's do that.
Okay, the first hand raised is Wayne Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you very much. I didn't get a chance to speak on the Bagatelle project first, but I loved Bagatelle when I was younger. I took a lot of dates there in Manhattan. And if the owner is willing to spend a couple $100,000, like soundproofing the condo, I would give him, speed. Don't waste his money. Additionally, as it relates to West Avenue, there's two parts of it, right? I think you're talking about single-family dwelling units, which have no bearing on anything, and then you have STRs that have developed largely through large developers on West Ave. And I think those large developers really want to close the loop so that they have no competition. But at the same time, the residents really want it as well, because they see these transients come in, and if more of those properties become transient, it affects their residential quality of life. And so I think the big guys that drive the packs want it, and I think the residents want it. I really don't, ultimately, you have a win-win there, that the residents like it and the big pack contributors would like it. So I really don't see anybody arguing this point for a good reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
The next person is Joseph Magazine.
Yeah, hello. I appreciate the back and forth commentary on this. And in regards to the opposition to this measure, I appreciate the points that are being brought up, in particular about not wanting to displace full-time residents that could need to supplement their income and things of that nature. Very sensitive to private property rights as somebody that kind of advocates for, smaller government oversight as well. However, what's been happening on West Avenue is that full-time residents have become displaced. It's become very transient, and the reason is because why residents have actually been displaced is because of a lot of these what were historically full-time, either small multifamily units or individual houses, are now being used for short-term rental policies. So, in fact, allowing this measure would actually likely have the opposite effect of the intended caveats that were kind of brought up, is not wanting to displace people. In fact, what's actually displacing people is being able to use some of these, what were intended for residential family uses, essentially using it for a commercial economic purpose and turning the neighborhood transient. So while I think the intention is very appreciated, I actually think that it could have the opposite of the intended effect. Thank you for the frank discussion, and appreciate you taking the time to listen.
Thank you, Joseph. Who we have next?
Mr. Chair?
That is it.
All right, so with that, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Mr. Fernandez?
And I'm very sensitive to the comments raised by Board Member Weeder, because I do think that it's important for property owners to have the ability to be able to maintain their properties, and if this was an avenue through which property owners were afforded a way to maintain their properties, then I think it's great. However, I just want to make sure I'm clear about this. Isn't there a residential overlay area in these ARM 1 and ARM 2 designated properties within the West Avenue overlay? My understanding in reading the code is that within this area of West Avenue, there are certain limited office uses that are allowed, and that was designed to accommodate the adaptive reuse of existing single-family and multifamily structures. And I think that that's something that might perhaps address some of the concerns that our colleague has, especially when you look at Section 142-844 of the code. It addresses those other uses that these properties could be used for.
Yeah, that's true. It's Section 142-844. There is some limited office uses allowed, similar to the RO district, so that they can do some other. They do have the option to do some other uses there.
So, to that extent, we're not completely eliminating from these property owners ways to monetize from their property and ways to make it affordable to maintain these properties. We're just saying, let's take away these intense transient uses that may impact the quality of life of the surrounding residents. And so, with that, I keep my motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to add a thought. I mean, David, I'm very sensitive to your concerns. As you will remember from when we first met in 2015, I worked on a campaign to get the city to provide more protections for demolition of single-family homes that ultimately did not prevail. So that is also an issue near and dear to my heart. But I think that's going to need to be taken up separately as a separate overall issue citywide. And I would encourage the commission to do that, or the planning staff to originate something that could be transmitted to the commission about how to handle that particular issue. But in this case, we're seeing, we have very few tools available to us, since our friends in Tallahassee seem to think that they know better than we do how to govern our city. So the few tools that we have available to us to try to limit transient visitors in residential neighborhoods, I think, should be used. And as Alex pointed out, there are other ways to still incentivize or encourage homeowners to stay in their homes and find other ways to monetize a portion thereof. But encouraging a handful of single-family homes to, well, not even encouraging, but making it possible for single-family homes to welcome more transient visitors in the middle of a neighborhood where we have very little control over what happens once that gate is opened. I think we would be well served to shut that down wherever we can. So I would second the motion, I guess.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Ms. Bott.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
No.
Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right. I think, and I'm going to make the suggestion that we take a small break. Would that be in order?
Yes, we do, and we do have lunch in the back for everybody.
All right, and then we'll come back and hit the discussion items. Is that fair?
What time are we reconvening?
What do you think we need, about 25 minutes, 30 minutes? Let's just do 30 minutes.
So 1:20?
What is it? Yeah, roughly about 1:20.
1:20, so we reconvene.
Fair enough? All right, we'll stand in adjournment. All right. Welcome to the stakeholders and residents of the City of Miami Beach back to our Planning Board meeting for this June 22nd. And thank you for allowing us just a few more minutes than we had promised in terms of taking a break. The remainder of the meeting will be focused on some discussion items that we've been contemplating as a board. They've been part of lots of different conversations with regards to CUPs, with regards to some particular neighborhood impacts, with regards to some other types of uses that we'd like to see throughout the city. I think that these are all items that we've been wanting to get to. We have not been able to get to these items, but we do have time today to do them. We're going to attempt to set aside about 20 minutes for each discussion item. I do think we should probably open it up to the public, so we may run a little bit long, but bear with us. But the majority of the conversation will be focused on board members having a little bit of dialogue to really get the ball rolling on some items that have been pressing around the city in a way to improve some of the experience of Miami Beach for both residents and all stakeholders in the city. So with that, we're going to change the order that's listed in the agenda online a little bit, and we're going to, I know Ms. Tackett spoke to us before about the Palm View neighborhood, so I want to take that one first, and then we'll get back in order with the prohibition on hotels, and then we'll go to the items regarding the Art Deco MIMO district, and then we will close out with our discussion on the CUP, and I'm going to ask certain board members to introduce those items. But with that, Rogelio, is there anything that you need to read about the discussion for Palm View, or we can just go into it?
You can go right into the discussion if you recall the presentation, or if you want us to you know.
I mean, so on the Palm View board members, we really had a discussion about some resiliency items. I think that was the bulk of what was happening. And then I think there was some conversation from residents who lived in that neighborhood that were asking that relief be given in terms of the historic nature and overlay of the neighborhood. My recollection is that the board was not necessarily inclined to support the removal of the historic overlay, but we were looking at other options and alternatives to be able to provide those homeowners with things like accessory dwelling unit uses, or some way to create a financial impact to help them deal with issues that they were limited by keeping the neighborhood character historic. And so with that, if I missed anything, we talked about flexible zoning and some other options. But if I missed anything, Rogelio, would you supplement me?
I think that was the gist of it, flexible zoning, and that was the crux of where the discussion was heading, is types of incentives that could be done through zoning in order to help the property owners. And we do have a hand raised in the public if you do care to open the public hearing.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And then Mr. Jacobson, if you would just keep me mindful of time.
How much time would you like to provide for the members of the
Let's
public?
start with about 20 minutes just to have a discussion, and let's see. I know that's ambitious. I hate setting goals that you know you're not going to keep, but I want to be mindful of time.
And for the public comment, how much time would you like to allot?
Let's let each person have about 2 minutes.
Great.
Okay, the first person is Stefan Ginez. I'm saying that correctly.
Good morning, board members. My name is Stefan Ginez, and I'm a resident and a board member of the Palm View Neighborhood Association. We appreciate our city effort and commitment to its Rising Above program. Unfortunately, just like the two previous citywide studies, the report you had in front of you is not addressing specifically the future of our single-family home regarding sea level rise. One of our main concerns is whether single-family homes like the one in Palm View can be raised at a cost that makes sense to account for sea level rise. One of our residents on Michigan, was able to get an estimate to raise his house 4 feet. This would not be good enough to satisfy the new flood level requirement. This was 3 years ago and only included raising the house.
Sir, could you speak up? I can't hear you. You're mumbling, and could you please enunciate your words? And
Can you hear me better?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay, I was saying that one of our residents on Michigan was able to get on an estimate to raise his house 4 feet. This would not be good enough to satisfy the new flood level requirement. This was 3 years ago and only included raising of the house. No foundation, no reconnection of anything, and does not include the possibility of extra work requested by the City of State Code. The estimate by Russell House, a specialist in house raising, was $180,000 at that time, simply to hold the house in place to do the rest of the work. One of the concerns expressed when the estimate was done was possible cracks and crumble with the pressure of raising. Many of these houses have spalling from mixed cement with salt water when the home were built in the 1930s. When we consider if a house can be raised, we have to see where we're at. According to city staff, this has not been done in the city except for one very expensive property on Star Island. The cost of raising a house could easily be more than 50% of the value of the structure. At that time, FEMA and state code could request a full upgrade of the property to current code. This could add a lot to the cost. The city building department has not done a full determination at this time of what the raising of a single-family home could trigger as far as additional code requirements are concerned. Legal department would also probably have to give its opinion, as the cost of raising a house could be so expensive that it could trigger a Burf-Harris claim. Would any funding assistance, be city, county, state, or federal, be available to help the homeowner, as we're talking at a cost we estimate to be from a few $100,000 to more than $500,000 per structure? If raising a home is not a reasonable alternative, we need to consider other options. We're not focusing on removing the historic designation. We just want to be able to guarantee a future for our home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any more?
We do not have any other hands raised, no. That's
Okay.
it.
So we'll just start having a discussion. So, I think, what Mr. We do?
Daniel Seraldo does have his hand raised. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Seraldo.
Thank you all very much, board members. It's been really great listening in all day, and thanks for all the great work you do. Daniel Seraldo here on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League. We have been a part of this process. There are some homeowners in Palmview that have concerns about zoning and about obviously sea level rise and what they can and cannot do with their homes. A study has been done, and Kareem, I appreciate that you mentioned some of the incentives, like adding accessory dwelling units and other things that are sort of more strategic in nature. I'm not really sure why every time we have these meetings, these homeowners come and talk about raising their homes, as in lifting their homes. That is obviously an expensive proposition, and nobody needs to raise their homes at the moment. There's many other things that we can continue to do to improve resiliency. I also wanted to mention that the Historic Preservation Code itself was updated a few years back to allow for resiliency to be a criteria. And Debbie will tell you that there have been buildings within historic districts that have been approved for demolition. And so therefore, I appreciate the concern of this group of homeowners, but I also think we've got to focus more on kind of the more nimble issues that we're facing right now and how we can help homeowners. We did meet with some of these homeowners who shared some flood insurance quotes that they had received that were around $10,000 a year for their home. And after doing our own research, we were able to share with them why the flood insurance rate was so high, and we got new rates for them estimated around $2,500 a year. So let's all continue to work together on these incentives, but I feel that a de-designation would really be an affront to all the good work of historic preservation, which, by the way, is leading in many ways the country in its research. Buoyant Cities by Alan Schulman, which has been adopted by the city. So let's continue on the path to resilience, and let's not de-designate. Thank you so much.
Hey, Daniel, before you leave.
Sure.
So I recently, on a commercial project, we went out for insurance, and the initial quote came back at $17,000, and we were able to, just by focusing on what it is that we were asking the insurance company to provide and what they were understanding from us, we were able to get the number quite a bit off of $17,000. So you mentioned insurance. I'm just curious, how do you achieve such, So how did you get that reduction like that in the policy? And you don't have to go through the whole litany, but
sure. No, that's a great question, and thank you for sharing that about your experience. Basically, without getting into anything confidential, we reviewed an estimate provided by a particular insurance agent, and we had another insurance agent take a look to review. And I believe what turned out costing a lot more money is that there wasn't the credit for it being a primary residence. And so when you talk about, commercial versus residential insurance, if it's an investment property, those insurance prices are quite higher. And so that was the way we were able to show the owners that they could bring their costs down by having the appropriate insurance for their use.
Thank you.
And we want to do more of that. We want to work with residents on more of that solution-based strategies.
Thank you, Daniel.
Sure.
Rogelio, do we have any more?
I don't see any other hands raised. I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead, Tanya.
So before I lived in North Beach in a 1954 home, I lived in Mid Beach in a 1924 home, a stucco wood frame Miami-Dade pine that is still standing and is a fantastic house. I feel for homeowners who have older homes that turn into money pits. Even if they are beloved homes, they can become quite problematic. But I think de-designating is throwing the baby out with the rising bathwater, and I don't think that's the solution to this problem. I think every home is going to engender its own set of issues, opportunities, and challenges, and so should be treated accordingly. It's a microcosm of what we see happening in the city as a whole, where we often try to make change that would be appropriate for one neighborhood applied to every neighborhood, and that's not necessarily always the best course of action. So I would urge continued cooperation, continued education, and if there's a way to put together a city-sponsored or city instigated, in the good sense of the word, a clearinghouse of information and resources for homeowners and business owners, frankly, to have access to the best new information on what options there are for funding sources, for remediation vendors. Maybe there's an opportunity to put together programs that if you get everybody in your neighborhood working on the same type of program, the city can help negotiate with the preferred vendor for optimal rates. This isn't directly analogous to the Palm View issue necessarily, but for instance, when the city is going around repairing seawalls, let those homeowners, property owners know at that time that, in 6 months from now, we will be in the area doing seawalls, and we encourage you to participate, and you will be able to get into, the best rate that we've negotiated. Putting together all of these resources on why green loans and things like that, so that there is a one-stop shop. And I know we already have resiliency efforts going on in the city, but maybe that could be expanded to be sort of a clearinghouse and a resource center, both in terms of advice and guidance, and also where to go. I mean, I can imagine it's quite daunting when you're faced with some significant resilience issues on your home or your property, and you don't even know where to start. You don't know what the best options are. You don't know what the possibilities could be. And so instead of designating a historic part of the city, let us create something that will benefit the entire city, because at the end of the day, almost all of us will be faced with one or another of these issues in the upcoming years. And to have the city be sort of the focus of all that information, not mandating what needs to happen, but providing the tools, the resources, the information. The Miami Design Preservation League also has a Sustainability and Resilience Center, so perhaps it could be a joint effort with that organization. But I think that is the way to go to help people find solutions rather than to give license to raise an entire neighborhood, R-A-Z-E, not R-A-I-S-E. So those are my thoughts on this.
So I'm going to put my 2 cents in. I remember as a child on Miami Beach, around the time of the Civil War, our house on Royal Palm Avenue had a garage, and we lived on 44th and Royal Palm, and the garage would regularly flood during heavy thunderstorms. So while I'm not denying that there is sea level rise and there are additional challenges we face now, I would not be in favor ever of de-designating the Palm View neighborhood. It's a beautiful reminiscence of what Miami Beach is, and as my colleague Tanya said, there are plenty of avenues that can be explored, pumps, and we don't know what's going to be here in 100 years, but during our lifetimes, we want to keep as much of the city as we can for future generations. And so I would be opposed to any declassification or decertification of a local historic district. They're very hard to obtain, and they're what makes Miami Beach what it is. The Art Deco district, all the districts that are locally historically designated. As a matter of fact, on Normandy Isle, where I live, the East End, where the King Cole is, and there have been some old apartment buildings that have been redone in that local historic district, and they're coming out beautiful. Money is going into them. They're putting in new windows. They're renovating the buildings. And they were, 20 years ago, they were just dumps. So it's all a question of what we value as a city. Do we value new buildings that are a little bit higher, or do we value older buildings that we can make resilient? And I'm sure we can. I'm very optimistic about us being able to improve resiliency. So I think if the homeowners, and by the way, there are going to be new technologies in the years to come. There are also going to be, because the Dade, Palm Beach, Broward area has 6 million people, and there's $3 trillion worth of infrastructure located near the water. They're not going to let that go bye-bye. And I think the city's done a great job with historic preservation, and the Palm View neighborhood is one illustration of that. It's a lovely enclave, and I think it can be made even more beautiful by respecting it and treasuring every house that is in that district. So that's my comment.
So I won't echo too much of the same sentiments, but I think what really strikes me is that the opportunity to do a leveraged approach. We've had items come before us. I can't remember the hotel, but name escapes me in the moment. But we've had items come before where we've asked that the City Commission look to take funds that it would receive for some community benefit and divert those funds into North Beach, as an example. I think that there are opportunities in different. I'm sorry. Which one was it? Siegel. Yep. And we've had opportunity. I think there was a referendum down on south of Fifth at one point in time around the restaurant down there, Monty's, to potentially get a benefit in exchange, and maybe that'll come back. But there are other projects throughout the city that are asking the city for something that economically would not impact their ability to deliver on what it is they want to do, that puts some operating dollars or dollars in the city's coffers that could be used to leverage into some of the programs as Tanya described. I love the way she described them, whether it's vendor programs, whether it's just, I think Daniel Seraldo, his main point was just information sharing. Here you had, apparently, by way of his example, a homeowner or a person who owns a home in the neighborhood that did not know that they could have a material discount to their insurance policy, which was impacting them financially. So a lot of the things that we are bringing forth as solutions, I think Miami Beach has a character. I like to see it stay. When Mayor Gelber was elected, I told him that I thought, and I still do think, that Miami Beach is one of the most, if not the most, complete city in Miami-Dade County, and would like to see us continue doing that. And for those reasons, I have not moved to Coconut Grove. I've stayed in Miami Beach. And even to David's point, back in the time that he claims he lived, I wouldn't have even been allowed to be a resident of Miami Beach because of my race. So, I would like us not to, try to make just wholesale changes and see how we can really support the neighbors that live in the Palmview area with technology and all the other things and accoutrement that we can bring forth. And I think, this city is a great city, and we can make it happen. And I just would not want to change the designation of the area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and those are some very good points from our colleagues. And I think one of the points that we have consistently touched upon in this discussion is that historic preservation and resiliency efforts go hand in hand. In fact, our resiliency efforts can support our historic preservation, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive. You were talking about funding sources, and our city is looking at the possible development of P25, P26, P27, and G5, which are the surface lots along 17th Street on the north side of Lincoln Road, as well as the 17th Street parking garage. These are areas that are close to this historic neighborhood, to the Palmview neighborhood. And when we talk about infrastructure, we got to realize that our infrastructure is limited. And as we talk about intensifying these areas with possible office development, well, perhaps some of the revenues that we get, if the city does move forward with the development of those surface lots and of the parking garage, could go towards resiliency efforts that also help this neighborhood. And that's something that I throw out there because you did bring up some good points about funding sources and other opportunities we've had in the past with the Seagull and others. Well, there might be others in the future with possible development of those lots that has already been spoken about in the past. Also, when I look at the recommended strategies that were presented in the report, they speak about possible retention areas as a component for blue-green infrastructure. And it makes me think that we do have the Miami Beach Golf Course very close to there. And, golf courses have been such an important conversation when we talk about environmental issues recently because of the challenges that golf courses bring towards our environment and the new policies that have been advanced statewide and locally in our own county and in our city, having to do with policies on how to make it more environmentally friendly, the use of our golf courses, but perhaps something that could be flooded. Yeah. But maybe you could have an extra lake, with, an extra lake on the par, and I think it's one of the things we should be looking at is, how can we perhaps better use some of this city land for our resiliency initiatives, and that it shouldn't be at the expense of our historic districts. I have to concur with my colleagues. I do not support the de-designation of any of these districts, and I would venture to believe that most of our neighbors in the city wouldn't support that either, because something like that would also have to go to the voters for approval. And to that extent, I think it's adventurous for us to be looking at things that the community will support and not invest energies in things that the community won't end up supporting. But what I do support is looking at what funding could be brought out, any possible development adjacent to this area. I would not oppose looking at possible upzoning that preserves the historic structures of the Pondview neighborhood, and perhaps possibly look at how we could better utilize green spaces such as the golf course for efforts that promote our resiliency. So those are my comments.
And Mr. Chair, just to let you know, the 20 minutes have elapsed.
Thank you. And we're just going to have one last comment from Asa. But David, what he was trying to do is help you improve your golf game by giving you more hazards so you can hit the ball straighter exactly where you want it to go. We don't want you out there just hitting it all willy-nilly and taking mulligans. Asa.
Our water expert.
Yeah. I know we use Normandy Golf Course. I think we flood it. And I think that the Miami Beach Golf Course is more south, take bigger fees, and I'm not sure those clubs would be open to that. If you've ever been on the Normandy Golf Course. I'm not really in favor of any designation that puts roadblocks to residents and property owners making their properties more resilient. I'm seemingly the only one that feels this way. As much as making these 1950 20 houses more resilient would be plan A, I live in a 1950s home. I suffer a lot of infrastructure issues. When it rains heavy, the water hookup in my garage blows back into the garage, and that's why I'm flooding. So I can sympathize with people who want to rebuild, and I wouldn't want anything to become a big roadblock. On a side note, Daniel Serraldo, I'll be emailing you, hoping you can get my insurance down.
He's a insurance consultant now. Let me ask you, when you bought your older home, though, were you completely unknowing
completely gutted it, but there's still a lot of issues that me and our neighbors face. Even just having pipes that sit directly under the house, if it rains heavy, you can smell the sewage smell coming out of the toilets. I wouldn't want the sewage to actually be backflowing out of the toilets. All of the baseboards or any low-lying wood or structure around the rim of the house is rotting because it gets wet, and that happened in a time period of a few years. And raising the house would be very, as we heard earlier, besides raising it, it crumbles. You have to redo all the infrastructure. Inevitably, it becomes very cost-intensive, and it's not going to raise the value of the house. So it's a very hard financial decision to make. Do I think my 1950s house is some beautiful piece of Art Deco history? Unfortunately, I don't. And I think maybe you can redo them to make them look more aesthetic, but I don't think the house in itself is. I know personally, if I were to put a large sum of money into my home, I would want the home value to go up accordingly with that. I just don't feel comfortable limiting people's options. I think we still live in a free country, and I think if people own property and they want to do something with it, I wouldn't want to have any roadblocks. Getting a fence permit these days is difficult. It's time consuming, it's expensive. I put up a fence and the permitting process was the most annoying thing. So I can only imagine if I was historically designated that process to knock down and rebuild the house, what would that look like? How much would that cost me? How time consuming would that be? It wouldn't be fun. And it's something that we pay a big expense for in taxes and insurance. And so I would revoke the designation, but I think if that's what the people who live there want to do, I think as a city, we should respect that.
Go ahead.
No, I have a question regarding that. If they want to revoke designation, is revoking a designation something that an individual property owner can do of their property? I believe not, but it just...
No, that would be an ordinance amendment, and it would weaken the protections in Article 10 of Chapter 118,
and it
would require a referendum.
Your mic, David. Your mic.
We've never had a drop of water in the house, and we're right on the water. Never.
I'm at sea level. I'm at sea level on Chase Avenue. Actually, my seawall guy was there the other day. He told me that was the original seawall from the 1890s that was there. Thank God, knock on wood, never had water in our house.
I mean, I think it probably varies from house to house, and I think different properties are going to experience it in different timelines. My concern is just, I remember when we had the presentation, there was quite a few residents who came on who said, I'm experiencing these issues now, and we would like it to be removed so that we can more financially, in a better financial way for them, remedy them.
As I understand it, it's a small majority of the people, a small amount of the homeowners in Palmview who are seeking de-designation. There's a few who are, but I don't think it's a large segment of the people who live in that neighborhood.
I also don't know if that's versus people who have single-story homes or if they're elevated. I don't know if that makes a difference in that category.
Guess they should have made Miami Beach 10 feet higher when they dredged it out in 1913 or whatever it was.
All right. Hearing that, shall we take the next item? Is there something?
Do you want to take a formal vote or on a recommendation for the city commission?
Sure, we can do that. So I think Alex, I'll summarize and we can certainly add into it. But I think that the summary for the board and making recommendations to the city commission is that we would like to see some economic force on behalf of the city to assist residents with, making improvements to their homes or making improvements to the infrastructure surrounding their homes, such that if you're on a septic system and you need to have more of a sewer with a gravity system, if we need to push, effluents, waste in a way, that's something that a homeowner is not going to be able to do on their own. But if the city can assist in those types of improvements in the neighborhood, I think that came up as a general point of discussion here. I think that we would like to see some flexibility for residents to have an income generating opportunity for themselves, whether it be through accessory dwelling units, so that they on their own property may be able to have an additional income source that might allow them to finance some of these increasing costs, whether it be insurance oversights or other improvements that they might want to make to their property, such that they aren't having rotted wood at the base level of the house. I think that we talked about that there be some type of clearinghouse or space on a website sponsored by the city or some tangential agency of the city that could provide information on a whole litany of things, whether it be vendors, whether it be programs that are in place to assist these homeowners so that they can have a place to go and find out what is happening in the neighborhood and what is beneficial and afforded to them without having to try to figure out going it alone. I'm sorry, David.
No, it's okay. Finish.
Oh.
I just want to add something.
And I think I talked about accessory dwelling units, but I think we should probably title that flexible zoning instead of just saying accessible dwelling units, because there may be other ideas that can come forth. Go ahead, David.
The other idea I have is that flood insurance is federally subsidized by FEMA. And perhaps there might be the ability to seek federal funds to minimize flooding or to maximize flood amelioration by the federal government in the prospect of paying less out in claims in terms of disaster could be spread out over a longer period of time. And it might be something that whoever underwrites the insurance, they're administered by companies like Liberty Mutual, but the flood insurance comes from the federal government.
And I would say the last thing that was on the brain in particular was just to look at projects that are being developed in the area surrounding these neighborhoods that may need assistance, and see if there's a way that as the city brings in money that comes from the sponsorship or the development of that particular property or improvement in the community, that it can also tie in some of those revenues can be specifically designated to the neighborhoods that could use them most in some kind of way. It doesn't mean all or none. It just may mean some portion thereof.
And Mr. Chair, if we could add in there, and I'm not sure if you covered it, but perhaps exploring the better use of perhaps parts of the Miami Beach Golf Course, which is in close proximity to it for water retention.
Yeah, so I think the point there is, and I did not cover it, but it's a great catch, is that we look at the holistic system, all the assets that the city has, including open spaces like golf courses, and see if there's a way to tie those resources and assets in such a way that we're able to help benefit the community by them without harming or hampering another subset of the community that may enjoy those assets.
I think that covers everything, Mr. Chair.
All right, I think we wrapped up, sir.
It's clearinghouse right there.
We did. I love that word. Tanya gave me that word, clearinghouse. I was like, man, I'm writing that down. See, Tanya, I'm always listening to you. Yeah. You're making me better.
Mr. Chair, do we need to make that in the form of a motion?
Sure. I think we do. Are you going to make it, or?
Wait,
all
right. You need to include the part where it made you a better person.
What's that?
You need to include the part about where it made you better.
Yeah, put that in there.
Did you want to mention the maintain the historic district or anything into that effect?
Yes, and we do want to add that it is the position of the planning board that the historical designation be maintained.
Be maintained, yeah.
Thank you, Aurelio.
Mr. Chair, if you make the motion, I'll be happy to second.
I'm going to move that with all of those suggestions as stated by all board members, that we move this as a recommendation to the City Commission.
Okay, motion by Mr. Brantley and second by Alex Fernandez?
Yes.
Okay, I will do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Alex Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
And Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Alex, you want to introduce the discussion item regarding prohibiting hotels in certain neighborhoods and occupancy limits?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing this discussion to be held today. You know, we are a community that is very much centered around tourism, but what really centers our community is our residents. They are the backbone of this community. They are the driving force of this community, and we are blessed to count with great tourism that fuels our economy. But our tourism can't be at the detriment of the quality of life of our residents. And when we look at the numbers, there are approximately 19,800 hotel rooms in our city.
In addition to that, we have over 1,000 hotel rooms to have been approved for development by the HPB and 874 by the DRB. And it is estimated that there are approximately 6,000 additional transient units that exist in the form of short-term rentals. And to that extent, we are a very small island, 7 square miles, with such a high density of transient rooms in our city. And that's what is concerning. And it's not that we don't want to support the hotel industry or the tourism industry. We sure do. But we want to make sure that it's not at the expense of quality of life. So what I'm asking here is, how can we look at our current supply? How has our supply of hotel rooms increased over the past 10 years? As we've increased the supply of our hotel rooms, have we looked at the adaptive reuse of the older existing hotel rooms? Because when you add supply over supply, then in essence, you devalue the older existing supply. Have we looked at the capacity of our hotel rooms? And we've discussed this in the past on this table. Have we looked at ways that we can better enforce short-term rentals? And I know the city has, but exploring ways maybe through the issue of occupancy limits and what policies we can advance regarding that, or maybe through the business tax receipts that are advertised with these short-term rentals. And so in my memo, I put out here certain questions and certain points that it'd be great if maybe with some guidance from the planning board, maybe planning staff could put together some sort of analysis based on these questions that then we can take up at a later date. But I presented these as a starting point for this conversation, and I'd be interested to get the feedback of my colleagues on these issues.
I'll just go this way. I always start with Tanya. I'm going to give her a break.
I'm used to being at the end.
I caught you off guard.
You did. Yeah, I mean, I think something we've been doing of designating office use is huge. I would want these numbers that you had here listed. I think that would better, maybe we can start with that to better frame the conversation. Alex had requested kind of the current supply of transient and hotel rooms.
Did we have that? Did we have
any? The number, I think we provided it to you from, it came from the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. It was 19,862. I think that was the number we provided. I'm sure at this point it's changing, so I'm sure it's a little bit different now, but that's probably within the ballpark.
And these numbers don't include the stock that's coming online when North Beach developments that are already approved for short-term rental micro units hit. So they're only going to go up.
And one of the things that I asked for in this memo is, well, let's look back over the past 10 years. How has the number evolved? Because what I'm interested also in seeing is, okay, as we're adding new units into the hotel market here in Miami Beach, are there old units that are being taken offline and that are being adapted, reused to other purposes? And if not, how can we achieve that? And I think specifically of Collins Avenue. Collins Avenue, we have a lot of older, historic, beautiful properties, but that they just can't compete with the new modern buildings that are being built. And so if we add new modern facilities in addition to keeping those older historic buildings as hotels, well, definitely they just can't compete value-wise, and so they rent out at a cheaper value. Well, then how do we incentivize the adaptive reuse of those properties to other uses that are not hotel uses?
Yeah, I mean, there are two sort of parallel thoughts. I would be really interested to learn over the last 15 years, as the numbers of available hotel rooms increase, what has that done to the average price per hotel night? You know, because if you oversupply, your costs, your revenue will go down, and that's not good for the city. It's not good for the property owners. It's not good for business, and it would seem that it's not good for all of us overall. So I would like to include in the analysis an overview of that to better inform us of what we believe to be true, to see if that's actually borne out. And to the point of adaptive reuse, there are only so many people who would like to stay in an older, little down at the heels, but beautiful property. And with so much new inventory coming on, that would be a heavy lift for those smaller hotels to compete with the newer offerings. But what we have a major shortage of is reasonably priced housing. And when I say affordable housing, I don't mean, the bare bones housing options, but a decent 2-bedroom apartment. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles that a brand new building in Brickell would have, but you're a block or two from the beach. You might have a roof deck. You can walk your dog to the park a couple blocks away. You don't have to get in your car if you have one. There are a lot of appealing reasons to live in the city of Miami Beach, but for a lot of young adults or smaller families or individuals, you can't afford something unless you're a millionaire. And so to incentivize property owners who have older hotels who aren't able to compete, to reimagine those beautiful buildings with a little bit of maybe a little cosmetic facelift on the outside and a little bit of reworking on the inside to provide nicely spaced, well-proportioned 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom apartments that aren't shoeboxes, that aren't micro units, that are within a reasonable reach of people who have jobs that may not be 6-figure salaries. I think that would do an awful lot, not only to attract more full-time residents, but also help stabilize some of the chaos that we see in our communities. People care when they live in a neighborhood, and if they're just stopping by for a week in, a rundown hotel, they're not going to care, and their actions will reflect that attitude. And so if you then take some of that inventory off the market and turn it into something that is now a home and that people care about and can envision inviting people to stay with them or, whatever, that changes the dynamic of the conversation significantly and I believe would improve the quality of life for residents and business owners throughout the city.
And that's one of the things that I was thinking of when I write here about establishing cap on hotel rooms. Because how do we incentivize and get to the point that these older hotel rooms get removed off the market? Well, if new hotels, how I was envisioning it, pretty much buy their license. So then they can develop their new hotel. Now we're giving the older hotels something of value that they can invest towards the capital to repurpose this building into a use other than a hotel use. Because at the end of the day, from how I've been understanding this, is that for a lot of these older hotel buildings, it's a matter of economics. They just can't afford repurposing these buildings. But if now we say, number one, because of the quality of life issues that we have going on in our city, and number two, because there's just a limit, I believe at the moment that we can deal with in terms of capacity in our city, just general capacity. Like we do have, like any other, like a stadium has a capacity. I believe our city has a capacity of people that it can safely take care of within its limits. So if we establish some sort of cap on hotel rooms, and then we say, okay, so you want to build 100 rooms in North Beach, well then buy the room rights from a property on Collis Avenue, let's say. And now that property on Collins Avenue, where before didn't have the funding mechanism to be used for something else, now they have a source of revenue that they can invest towards the adaptive reuse of the property. But they would have to agree to preserve the property and to use it for a non-transient purpose.
I love that idea. It's like a carbon swap. You know, if you want more rooms here, then you've got to remove the rooms from there, and then and pay for them, and then the owners of the previous rooms now have the resources to reinvest into something that suits everybody better. I think that's a great idea. I turn it over to you guys for a minute, though, and I don't expect you to have answers today, but as part of the continuing conversation, I know that the Tallahassee takeover preempts a lot of what we can do legally. And so part of the conversation has to be, what can we do? And what would we be willing to challenge if we can't currently do it? Or even what has never been tried that we could do that maybe is being looked at in other cities to see what resources and tools we have at our disposal. Just because we can't currently do it doesn't mean that it's the way it's always been or the way it will always be. And maybe there are things that are small enough that we could get our friends up the highway a bit to agree to. But I think having that information at our disposal will be critical to put together a plan of how to better manage this so that we don't become, a short-term transient haven more than we already are.
I don't like the idea of regulating the market like that. I think something really cool that's happened is this demand for office, and now we're seeing naturally this move away from building new hotels or redoing them into offices. But there could be something to incentivize having those into apartments and keeping them as is, but I would be scared to just cap hotel rooms in general, because I think often when you regulate something, you get a perverse outcome that you didn't exactly plan for. Even if the intention was to do this, it might be better served through some sort of incentive.
I think that the economic forces that ask people to build more hotels are the decisive factor in why they build hotels. So the question is, does the city want to limit the number of hotel rooms? On the one hand, when you're at peak season, you're going to have a lot of people in town. Everybody knows what it's like when the city is filled with cars and basically overpopulated for some parts of the year. Everybody notices now it's a little bit easier now that it's June, that there's far less traffic. So the question is, the hotels, which actually were the beginning of Miami Beach, are transient by nature. So are we making a decision on what is the most efficacious usage of transients? We're not primarily, if we're turning into a primarily residential island, without the income that's produced from the hotel and tourism industry, how do we do that? I don't see it working. We don't have a steel mill here or an auto car, or an Amazon factory. So I'm very puzzled and confused myself as to what this is an enigma. It's kind of a riddle inside an enigma. So I don't have an answer. We have to limit. It boils down to density, and it boils down to the amount of people who can be supported on this island at one time. Do we want to cap it for winter? Do we want to loosen it for summer? Do we want to allow businesses to proliferate? I don't know the answer to that. And by the way, Alex, I want to congratulate you on that photo presentation that you put together of all those storefronts for the next discussion.
Oh, for the other discussion item.
That's a lot of work.
Oh, thank you.
So congratulations on
No,
that.
It's the work that we do when we volunteer on these boards, and we're happy to do it. And one of your points is about capacity, and so I don't think today we're really going to be taking positions on anything. What I would like your support, my colleagues, on is seeing if we can ask the planning department to put together some of this information for us, so that we can be better educated, better informed, have this perspective to be able to see if maybe then we want to consider making some recommendations. Some of the things that I think is important is short-term rentals, the capacity. What is the current capacity that we allow in short-term rental units? Are we allowed to set a maximum occupancy in the number of people allowed in a short-term rental unit? And if so, can we say that when you advertise your short-term rental unit, you cannot advertise that unit to be used for more people than what your approved occupancy is? Because if we did that and we legislated that, then that would be a mechanism through which our code enforcement could very easily find people who are renting out short-term rental units for more people than what they are allowed to. The business tax receipts. One thing that I've noticed is that platforms like Airbnb are required to ask people for their business tax receipt number. Well, can we do enforcement through the business tax receipt number when we identify units that are using a wrong or fake business tax receipt number? Because Airbnb doesn't do that cross-check. It's an onus on the city to do that cross-check. And so what we're asking here is just for information. We're not proposing anything. We're just asking for information so that then we can see what would be our appetite in proposing. But the information that is being asked for has to do with our current supply today and over the past 10 years, and what we can do in terms of hotel capacities, caps, and what we could do to incentivize preservation and restoration, adaptive reuse of current buildings. What's that? I don't think we have to move anything on this.
I think you just can recommend those things, right? Like we did the last one. Is that what we're looking for?
Well,
just a recommendation.
I think
sure,
if you want. Staff, to get information from staff, what is it that staff would need in order to be able to get this type of information that I've detailed, this request that I've detailed in my memo?
So some of the information the past 10 years that will be very tough for us to look at what was approved over the last 10 years. We don't have everything digitized over the last 10 years. Our system, we went digital. Our agendas went digital probably 5 years ago. So that's pretty much what we have digitized that we can pretty much look up. Not easy, but relatively easy. We'd have to go and look at each and every plan that was approved by the board and see how many hotel rooms were approved in each of the plans. Because we only track it. We're only tracking it right now in the town center, and there's only one hotel project because that's the one area where we have a cap. In other areas where we didn't have a cap, we really don't have a good tracking system in place as to how many units. When they come online and they get a BTR, then we have those numbers for existing supply that we can get you as the existing supply, and that you have in the memo. So some of these are going to be tough to go back 10 years and figure out what's.
Perhaps is 5 years a little bit more feasible?
I think so.
Okay.
You can direct us as far back as we can go, and then we can get you.
I want to make this realistic, and I don't want to make this onerous on you guys. I don't want to make this an impossible task. But I do think it would be good to have information that we could use so that we could really have a well-informed conversation and discussion. I would have requested the information directly, but I think you need the request to come from the body, not from me individually. And that's why we have this discussion item so that we could make that request for the information so then we can have the dialogue.
Yeah, if it's something that I have readily available, I'm happy to provide it, but this definitely requires us doing a fair amount of research.
On the supply, what is our current supply and what was our supply over the course of 5 years?
Our current supply we can pull.
Right.
That's a number we can pull in a report, but the going back how many were approved each year, that's going to be difficult.
And maybe we don't need that as quickly, and maybe when you have that available, then you can bring it to us. But I think some of this other information about hotel room capacity, what we could do in terms of additional enforcement tools to better address the issue of capacity for hotel rooms and short-term rental units. The feasibility of expanding the CAP program, that we already have a CAP for hotel rooms in North Beach, but seeing maybe if we could do something on a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis to make sure that we don't supply one area with hotel rooms, and maybe doing a CAP by areas of the city or a citywide CAP. And then if we did anything like that, what requirements we could put in place so that if someone does transfer their rights to a hotel room or their license to a hotel room to someone else, what requirements we could put in place to require then using that funding for adaptive reuse of the property, for preservation and restoration of those properties. If you could provide us with that information, I think that could help us then form a better conversation in the future.
Okay. Yeah, just off the top of my head, the only if you were going to be converting from hotel to residential, then you would open up the window for those residential units to become short-term rental, because we are, depending on the neighborhood, we are preempted from prohibiting short-term rentals unless the prohibition existed prior to 2011 per state law. So that's why we do have some areas where they are prohibited, but in other areas they're not. So in the MXC area, for example, they're not prohibited. So if a building were to go from hotel to residential, they would be allowed to have short-term rentals. We are trying in some areas incentives. So some of our office incentives that we've had at this board, they include it's a voluntary incentive to allow extra height for office, and in that voluntary incentive, at the discretion of the applicant, to require that they not have short-term rentals. But there's a voluntary incentive there that we are allowing them to participate in. So if there's some other voluntary incentive that perhaps the property owner would be at their own discretion willing to opt into the program, that might be a possibility, but that would just be an issue. That we'd basically be turning it into a residential building, but then that residential building would be used as a short-term rental, and it would essentially be the same as a hotel. So that would be one thing, and that's just related to the state preemption that unfortunately we have to deal with in not allowing us to expand our short-term rental limitations.
And I think that's what Asa was getting at with some of these, trying to be preemptive to kind of get in front of something. You may end up having unintended consequences. That maybe not the thought that she was having in the moment, but it's one of the downsides to trying to preempt it. A question for you on Commissioner Ariola's concern about condominiums. What was the outcome of that in terms of the city providing support for condominiums that might want to not self-certify, but basically self-prohibit?
Self-regulate for short-term rentals?
Yeah, was that?
If a condo board is allowed to prohibit the use within their own building, so that's definitely something that's allowed. When somebody comes in for a BTR for a short-term rental, we do require them to provide a letter from their homeowners association showing that they have it as an authorized use and that we're not permitting something that building prohibits. So that's something that does happen, but that's self-regulating.
So some of the concern that you have then is just on buildings that would not convert to condo, they will convert to multifamily rental is your concern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But if a building wants to amend their condo laws to prevent short-term rental, does the city currently offer any kind of ombudsman or support or assistance to help a private condominium or a private apartment building do that so that they can manage their own living space?
As I understand it, the city does have an ombudsman for condo associations to do various things. I'm not sure if that's part of their scope, but I can look into that.
Because that might be something to add to the menu of offerings and to publicize. I mean, I'm sure that's something that people would avail themselves of if they knew that were an option.
Okay.
Are there any people from the public wanting to speak on the item?
Let's see. I do not. There is one hand raised. Joseph Magazine.
Go ahead, Mr. Magazine.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think this is a very interesting discussion here. Just in terms of the last point about difficulties with the state preempting short-term exemption rules, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that one of the city attorneys essentially opined where if a property owner would take advantage of an incentive that the city is offering, let's say they would increase the FAR ratio, that the property owner could voluntarily essentially hand over for the life of the property their ability to conduct short-term rentals if they take advantage of one of those incentives that's being offered to the property owner. I believe that this was brought up in relation to one of the ongoing Sunset Harbor projects, but if that is a concern, it would be worthwhile to essentially reference back to the city attorney, because I do think that it's kind of, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. If the property owner is taking advantage of something that wouldn't normally be offered, they could voluntarily, and it would have legal teeth, relinquish their ability for short-term rentals. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Joseph. So I think that those are all good points. Did you want an item on this, or you want to wait until we get the data before you make recommendations?
Mr. Chair, I don't know, to staff, do you need a motion from us to be able to compile this information? I think if we compile this information, it gives us the opportunity to then discuss, okay, do we want to talk about establishing caps on hotel rooms? Do we want to talk about stricter occupancy limits and these other tools? So do you need a motion from us in order to compile this information that I've listed in the request section of my memo?
I guess you can do it by acclamation. Okay. I acknowledge that you want the information.
I know you have been reading this very, thoroughly, and you look forward to having this discussion.
It's an important discussion. It's a very important discussion.
I have a question about occupancy loads. Does code check only if there's been a complaint made? Somebody calls and says, hey, there are 8 people in this room, there should only be 4? What is the mechanism for that? And is that something that we could look at as saying that, on high season, or if there's a particular hotel or Airbnb or whatever that historically has had issues with that, can there be spot checks, unannounced spot checks that don't have anything to do?
Just allow me to interrupt, and maybe I'm going toward what Asa was saying. I mean, I think it's one thing to kind of incentivize and kind of try to drive the direction into the funnel. I think it's another thing to try to say to utilize the resources of the city to micromanage that process. And I would have an issue with that. I think that although it is about enforcement and it is getting to an ultimate goal, I think that's just way too much to ask. It feels to me, and I'm going to make an analogy that may not be correct, like asking police officers to do all the things we ask them to do, because that's really the issue there on that count, right? We're asking them to do too much, and they can't do what their base job is. And I'm just, anything that we bring forth from the planning board, I would have real concern that we start stepping beyond driving into the funnel, and now we want to start checking the ticket on the other side of that funnel, if that visual makes sense. And that would be my concern.
I understand your analogy, and it's a valid point. I guess what I'm trying to get at is if our current limit is, and I think it's 8 people per room is our citywide limit.
That's the case, yeah.
With eight adults per room seems absurd. So how do we fix that?
Well, and then we just changed the policy.
And Mr. Chair, and if you yield, that's one of the things I ask in our memo is like, what are our existing regulations on capacity for hotel rooms and short-term units? And does staff recommend any revisions to the limiting capacity for hotel rooms and short-term rental units? Because if for those uses, they do recommend an amendment to what is the current allowed capacity, even if it's not enforced by code enforcement, even if it's self-enforced by the community, that they're the ones that are reporting it to code enforcement. It's an avenue of we say you cannot advertise more than the established capacity in that's set in the code.
And that makes sense. So if the recommendation then therefore is to just recommend, just like we did, I think we just did this at Sunset Harbor. We limited the number of occupants
that was a voluntary
to that. Well, but we ended up limiting it because they volunteered, right? So we can make a recommendation to limit that. Similarly, as we got that particular hotel group to consider on their project, right? So I think that's what I'm saying. I think that we can do those things, and I think that can be effective. We're not going to see the changes immediately tomorrow, but that's no different than we're probably experiencing in the short term, as we were discussing outside a little bit earlier, some of the results of the COVID crisis impacting our city today, but probably won't be as bad later. And what I mean by that is, if you look at an advertised flight to come to Miami Beach from some places that would have normally cost $300 to get here, those flights are advertised $99 fares, $120 fares. So people who normally wouldn't come to the beach, let's just say, are now provided an avenue and a pathway to come here on top of cheap hotel rooms, which I think those cheap hotel rooms are as a result of the COVID crisis. I think that those natural everyday rates will start to increase on both flights and occupancy stays. And that will have some corrective behavior on who is coming to Miami Beach as well. But anyway, I don't want to ramble on and rumble too much about it. I just think that I'd like to really stick to changing the policy versus us trying to micromanage enforcement.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, is one of the things that we ask here is, can policy be adopted requiring short-term rentals to advertise an occupancy no greater than that allowed by the city code? And I think when Rogelio and city staff and the city attorneys come back to us with some of this information, it'll help guide our way as to what we recommend for this. Because I do think, and the point that you're making is a very valid point, Mr. Chair, we're going to be seeing this issue more and more, especially as we got some of these more affordable airlines coming to Miami International Airport. And we're seeing them pop up in the airport, and more I think are coming. And so as that growth of these affordable airlines come to our region, that public is going to be looking to come to Miami Beach. And so we got to make sure, how do we protect the quality of life of the people of Miami Beach? And we do that by making sure we don't put too many people in a small area of our city. We need to spread out the density in order to preserve not only quality of life, but the level of our services provided by our city government.
Well, look, I think that Airbnb and some of these other companies would love to be friends with us in the city government, and I think that they would certainly, if that's an ordinance that's passed or that's a requirement, we can work with them to make sure that their vendors and their relationship partners can maybe have an input item on their screen. What is your maximum occupancy per your unit? 6. Okay, that's in line with the city of Miami Beach based on that zip code entry or what have you. I think that those are conversations that we can have too beyond. I don't know the future of the marketplace. I don't know how prices discount airlines are going to do. I just know what I'm observing now, and I just, again, well, I already said my point, but I think that there are lots of things we can do. So at this time, do we want to wait until they get the information back to us and then roll it into a comprehensive recommendation?
I think so, and I think Rogelio mentioned that this feedback helps them develop that information that we're requesting. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for allowing us to have this conversation.
Absolutely. I think it was a great one, actually. I learned something.
And actually, before we move on, you know me, I always have something else. To the city attorney, I know that certain jurisdictions have agreements and memorandums of understanding with short-term rental platforms such as Airbnb. Does our city have any such agreement with Airbnb?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe so. Nothing that's come across my desk, but that's something I can certainly research for you.
Yeah, if you could check if you do, and the document is a public document, I'd be interested to see it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. All right, so Alex, is right back to you, if you don't mind introducing the Art Deco MIMO Commercial Character Overlay District item or memo.
Absolutely. And so, first and foremost, hats off to Commissioner Ricky Arriola that back in 2017, he sponsored the first ordinance creating the Art Deco MIMO Commercial Character Overlay District. And he was very forward-thinking in establishing this, because pretty much the intent was to make sure that we did not oversupply the district in our city with a few uses. So pretty much the intent was to make sure that we did not end up with an oversupply of liquor stores, tattoo parlors, convenience stores, check cashing stores, pizza slice stores, pharmacies, souvenir shops, all concentrated in a certain part of our city. And so Commissioner Arriola proposed this policy, and it got adopted for Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue. Now, when you walk these blocks of the city, and I've documented it here, colleagues, with pictures attached to the memorandum, what you will see is that outside of the overlay on Washington Avenue, blocks of our city are in fact defined by these uses. They're defined by pharmacies, by the liquor stores, by the souvenir shop, by the tattoo parlor, by the vape shop, by the marijuana dispensary. And you have it in one block, and then the next block, again, the tattoo parlor, the vape shop, the t-shirt shop, and the following block, again, the same thing. And so what I believe has been very successful for Ocean and Collins, I think would make sense to extend over not just to Washington Avenue to the west, but continue it to the north, perhaps up to 23rd Street. Because the moment you cross this artificial boundary line, I would say, or this, not artificial, this imaginary, I guess we can call it, boundary line, all of a sudden, on Collins Avenue, you cross 16th Street, all of a sudden you see their back-to-back liquor stores. And then you see the vape shops, and you see the tattoo parlor and the t-shirt shop, almost back-to-back. And so, since it's been successful in the area that it currently exists, I would like colleagues for us to consider expanding its boundary to include Washington Avenue up to the west side of Washington Avenue, and continuing it to the north up to 23rd Street. Ultimately, I believe these are nuisance uses that are inconsistent with a unique cultural, retail, and dining experience that the city is working so hard to achieve in this part of our city.
apologize. I needed a little tea there.
No worries.
Listen, I read this, and I tell you what, even though I drive by and you walk by and you experience it, you don't realize how many of these uses are there. And I just thank you for doing the homework, as David said.
No, please.
And yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't believe in necessarily closing businesses down or making it hard for people to operate, but maybe we've just gone a little too far. So those are just my comments. I'm not sure exactly what we can do today, but I think a recommendation would be in order on this one.
So what could be, if you make a recommendation, what we could do is transmit that to the City Commission via LTC is how we've treated these types of
I
recommendations.
have a suggestion.
Sure. Go ahead, David.
So many of these this is what I call the vulgarization of this area. It is indicative of what Times Square used to look like. So you have a choice. You can kind of gentrify the area by enacting very strict signage provisions to render a kind of uniformity to the signage, and thereby diminishing the commercial character of the neighborhood. Now, on the other hand, it is a commercial neighborhood, and I agree with the chairman that we don't want to close businesses down. But I think what they've done in some other cities to do this, like if you look at a large metropolitan area, the one I know the most intimately, of course, is Paris, because I lived there. But what I can tell you is that the commercial areas all have, in cities that are well planned, exquisite landscaping. So there should be aside from moving or regulating the number of these establishments, which I think is a good idea, there also has to be in the recommendation foliage, shade tree foliage. Now, for example, on Normandy Isle, there's an area on Normandy Drive where they have tall palm trees that do not give you shade. They're sort of like the ones you see in LA where they are real tall and they're always brown and they're kind of ugly. They're not royal palms. They're not coconut palms. They're some other name. I'm not a horticulturist, but I can tell you that these neighborhoods would be completely made more visibly beautiful by extensive landscaping of the sidewalks with shade trees, thick foliage shade trees. And in addition to that, we should limit or probably recommend to the commission that the storefronts be regulated more closely on their signage, because the signages don't all have to be the same, but they're pretty ugly. And when they put big signs in the windows, as indicated by the photographs I'm looking at now, it's worse. I don't think coconut palms are doing the job there. So I agree with Alex. I think he's absolutely right. The district should be changed in terms of the facades of the buildings, and the foliage should be increased to make the street prettier, because landscape always does. It's a challenge. It's going to cost money. So maybe people who want to. There could be a special taxing district for, this type of improvement. It's not going to be, as I said, it's not going to be Worth Avenue, but it's going to be. It can be. I mean, you're not going to have horizontal signages or perpendicular signages to the storefronts like Lucky Tattoo, for example, that's going to enhance the neighborhood, and those should be banned. And it won't effectively stop people's businesses from operating, but I think that will help the neighborhood. And I think the existing businesses, I don't think you can close them down, but certainly we can discourage new types of businesses that make this whole area less invasively obnoxious.
I would like to jump in here, if I may, because, David, you provided me with the perfect segue. This is not a panacea, and I'm not trying to be the fun police, although I'm sure this is going to go super well. You know, our city has a brand. It has multiple brands, some of which are fantastic and some of which are less so. In the last couple of years, however, we've seen a lot of money being invested by successful businesses that have objectionable names as their business brands. Nobody's suggesting that restaurants that serve Mexican food should be shut down, but names like Bacon Bitch or Pink Taco are not really fantastic for a number of reasons. The businesses may be fine, but the names are not great, and the signage is not great. We had, and I'm not trying to pile on to the Clevelander, but a couple months ago we had the Clevelander with signage in front of their facility during the height of chaos, saying something to the effect of bad decisions encouraged or misbehavior encouraged or whatever it was. We have a business opening up on Española Way, which is one of the few remaining sort of family-friendly-ish kind of tourist destinations. They've done a great job of reclaiming that street and offering all kinds of interesting dining options called Wet Dreams. And I'm not even going to describe what it is. If you don't know, go to their Instagram account.
Mine was not nice.
It's foul. And so, again, I'm not trying to close these businesses down, but to permit this kind of misogynistic vulgarization that clearly encourages behavior or attitudes or both that are counterproductive to the brand that we're trying to revive and sustain. At the very least, it's our city, it's our town. They are here because we are permitting them to be here. And so I believe that we should be able to, as a matter of policy, if they are going to be permitted to open here in the first place, make sure that that offensive signage is not front and center as part of their branding. And it's a fine line. I am a brander. I am a marketing person, and I have in my entire career, and they have built their brands through hard work, and I respect that. But at the same time, it's our city, and we're trying to control the narrative to some degree, or at least set the parameters of the narrative. And having folks like Wet Dreams and Pink Taco and Bacon Bitch and who knows what else is not helpful. So can we, as a matter of policy, incentivize or mandate that those types of offensive names and signage get limited in some ways? I don't know what the answer is, but I haven't heard this be a discussion on this dais from the commission or from us in the past, and I think it's time that it gets addressed because we are seeing more of it rather than less of it, and not only more in terms of numbers, but more in terms of excessive obnoxiousness.
I agree with that, Tanya, with one exception. I think the nomenclature is less important than the sign itself, the big ones. There are some nice ones, like Walgreens has a nice one, and they built a Walgreens at 71st and Normandy Drive, which has a nice kind of feel to it in terms of signage.
My dear colleague, I have to ask you to yield just for a second, because I don't think we should be having signs in our city
that have private parts with
I agree
vanilla
with
or
that.
chocolate dripping over them.
Alex, I agree with you. I'm just saying.
And it's what happened on the Española Way.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying that the signs themselves are so vulgar and such bad taste. And what's worse is all the extra stickers in the windows. I mean, it just looks like
a yard sale.
it's horrible.
But I think there are two different issues here that are run on parallel tracks. One is the naming of businesses that are offensive, and therefore their signs are therefore offensive. Even if they were done in the most aesthetically pleasing way, it's just, at the end of the day, pink taco is pink taco, and that's kind of not cool. The other conversation is that can we not put some sort of parameters about what kind of signage is permitted, even if you're just selling T-shirts and sunscreen, which is not offensive to anybody. We see other municipalities doing it. We have one of the premier sets of historic districts in the country, in the world actually. The World Art Deco Congress is coming here to Miami Beach in a couple of years to have their conference because we are one of the great destinations for architecture. Not just Art Deco or MIMO, but you look at 1111 Lincoln, and that is an amazing piece of architecture. We have amazing architecture from every decade, and to degrade it by names like, Bacon Bitch, Pink Taco, and Wet Dreams, and what they're offering, as well as perfectly good brands that or retailers that just have crappy, tacky, unnecessary, vulgar signs all over the place, it's not helping anything, and it's not necessary for the businesses to do business.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank my colleagues for their support of this discussion, because ultimately what we're looking at is curbing the further proliferation of these nuisance uses that have defined Washington Avenue. And what hurts me the most is when I see these prominent, architecturally significant street corners. And we know that in the Art Deco architecture, the corners, the street corners, are so important because of their prominence. And block after block, these important facades are defined by liquor stores, they're defined by fast food restaurants, they're defined by markets and pharmacies selling prepackaged liquor, they're defined by convenience stores and T-shirt shops. And the other day I was walking and I noticed that on Washington Avenue, at the intersection, at the southeast intersection of Washington and Española Way, a T-shirt shop popped up when there's another one on the corner of Española Way and Collins Avenue. So in like a one-block area, you have two surf styles. It's like, how is this even possible? This is what is defining the commercial corridor of Washington Avenue. And I want to thank you guys for supporting this item. I do agree. Signage is very important, and perhaps in the future we should be looking at design standards that talk about these signage. I do agree with Board Member Weider when he talks about landscaping and also cleaning, and I think that there is a bid that is in place that perhaps could be and should be looking at that. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm sure that they are. But that seems to me something that perhaps between Public Works and the bid, they should be looking at. But again, Mr. Chair, thank you for your support of this item. If we could pass something to the City Commission in terms of these uses. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong. Has the city in the past looked at incorporating these areas as part of this overlay?
Yes, when the overlay was first transmitted by the Planning Board, it did include Washington Avenue. At the time, the City Commission, when it went for first reading, I believe it was first reading, the City Commission removed Washington Avenue from the overlay, so it really only applied to the MXC portions of the city. They just had concerns about impacting the businesses on Washington Avenue at the time, but so that's certainly something that maybe it's time to reconsider.
And from your professional opinion, from staff's opinion, was the intent of the overlay effective in its implementation? Has it performed its purpose on Ocean Drive and Collins Avenue?
I think so. I mean, we haven't seen those new businesses. We haven't seen on Ocean Drive an influx of new chains coming into Ocean Drive. And generally, on Collins as well, we haven't seen these types of businesses open up. So the look on Collins Avenue and Ocean Drive, I think, they look pretty decent, even though the uses that are happening there might not necessarily be an ideal situation right now, but they look good.
Great. Well, with that, Mr. Chair, I'd appreciate the board's support and emotion in transmitting this to the commission. And I don't know what would be the proper way of transmitting this.
I just want to add that one of the establishments that was mentioned was not permitted and did not get licensed, and they opened anyway and they're closed. So I don't want to say the name.
No, I've been trying to get answers. So they're done, like they're not going to open, or they're going to just...
If they open, they are not supposed to. They are not permitted by the city. So they have
But the last I heard was that the landlord had sort of permitted them to do what they were going to do, and that was the end of what I was able to discover.
Mm-hmm. Aurelio, could you read back the motion, how it's going to be worded?
So I guess we don't have a formal motion, but I guess the motion is to accept the recommendation in the memo, which is to expand the boundaries of the overlay to include Washington Avenue, and also go north to 23rd Street, you said?
Which is not what is on the memo, but in walking the area with law enforcement and other entities, it's become clear to me that it is important to expand it up to 23rd Street, just because, the proliferation and the possibility of further proliferation is evident in those areas. So the motion would be to expand the Art Deco MIMO Commercial Overlay District from its current boundary to include the western portion of Washington Avenue and northwards up to 23rd Street along Washington Avenue and Collins Avenue.
And there'd be nothing in there about about signage, or?
No, we can add that.
We could definitely add that.
The signage and the foliage.
For sure. Do you want to perhaps, and just as a suggestion, because I do think the signage and design standards and foliage, they are definitely important issues that do apply into planning. And I'm now wondering, should we perhaps have a broader discussion on that to actually send forward recommendations, or do we want to leave it more open-ended so that the commission could be the ones who more look into it?
We could say to the commission that we are making a recommendation that the city gives serious consideration to re-landscaping those areas with the intent of obscuring offensive signage, as well as extending the overlay district.
Sure.
As well as regulating the type and manner of signage to make it consistent.
I think standards are definitely.
I would like to add, if I might, as part of urban planning and your professional experience and training, is there not, there are cities around the country that mandate standards for signage, and we don't want this to become Coral Gables, which is lovely in its own way, but we like having diversity and a little bit of sass, or a lot of sass, and we like having a lot of different things going on. But at the same time, we can set parameters. And so can staff provide recommendations for examples where you don't take the life out of the city, but you give some parameters within which operators can maneuver so that they can still be true to who they are and set themselves apart without starting to look like a junkyard?
We do have a very strict sign code. That's in Chapter 138. And it's possible, a lot of the signs I'm looking at, some of these in the pictures, they're just old businesses that they may predate some of our sign regulations, particularly the convenience stores have been there, forever, and some of those signs that they have all in the windows showing the products that they're selling, some of those predate our current codes. They would not be allowed to do that today, and looking at these pictures, we probably need to go check out and make sure that those were legally permitted at the time. So a lot of these, a lot of the regulations that you're speaking of do exist. Now, in terms of words, what words can be used? That's a different issue. That's a free speech constitutional issue that we need to deal with. I would venture to say pink taco is one that I understand the implications of what it means, but literally what it means is a taco. It's hard to, it's a little subjective there to be able to regulate that. If you're using a curse word, that's something that may be easier to regulate, but when you're using inferences, that's a tougher.
We have First Amendment issues on that plane.
Oh yeah, with signage, yes. First Amendment issues become very.
On the choice of words, not on signage per se.
Yeah, we can regulate the signage and the look and the size of the signage and all that,
but we can't regulate the content of the sign.
What our regulations, what we can regulate is very limited.
So it might be a useful exercise because. As we know, businesses are unfortunately transitory too in Miami Beach. People don't survive as long as they would like to. So the odds are quite high that there are a bunch of businesses that have no idea of what they are or are not permitted to do. Could there be sort of an email campaign? Because you must have a way to access every business that's open because they have BTRs. And so is there a way to put together, hey, if you didn't know now, you know, kind of 10 points. We encourage these 5 things. You are not allowed to do those 5 things, which is not limiting anybody. It's not the man coming down on them, but they would have no way to know unless they were being proactive. And, going back to an earlier point about code compliance, it's not a game of gotcha, but at the same time, if people see something that shouldn't be happening after this education effort has been put forth, to stop in and say, hey, that's not okay. That is part of what code compliance does, whether it's hotel rooms or signs or noise. So I think this could be a multi-pronged effort of going to the commission to try and address things from a policy standpoint, educating business owners and store managers, retail managers, to give them the benefit of the doubt and to rectify whatever needs rectifying, and then to have, friendly code compliance guys, people in the field saying, hey, guess what? You can't do that, so you might want to take that down before I come back here next week and give the person a chance to ameliorate it.
Rogelio, on Chapter 138 having to do with the signs, and to the attorney as well. So I guess we have signs that I guess we would define as legal but non-conforming. Would that be the right way of defining them?
Correct.
Okay. And do we give them any time period by which time the sign then needs to be conforming? Because it's not like saying, okay, the use now is prohibited, and that then requires, of course, an amortization period and a time period for someone to recapture their investment and all that. So we're not talking about a taking here, but we're talking about we have new standards in place, and by such a date, everyone needs to comply with this standard. Do we have anything like that for our sign code?
I don't believe we have separate non-conforming provisions outside of what the standard non-conforming provisions are in the code for signage.
Because that's something that I think, Tanya, you bring up, and David has brought up as well, and I think it's a very good point because, okay, so the use exists at the moment. Of course, they go out of business for a period of 6 months, and then the grandfathering ceases to exist. But while they are in existence, getting them to conform with the existing regulation, with the sign codes as they are today, I think every effort should be made to achieve that. And perhaps that is a recommendation that we can pass along to the commission. Set a deadline by which all of these existing establishments need to conform with the city code as it exists. Because otherwise, why do we adopt the code if it's only going to apply for the new businesses? We need to make sure that all these establishments, these pharmacies and scooter rental shops and dispensaries and vapor shops and, you know, Blaze Smoke Shop and Mega Pizza and, you know,
You
liquor
don't have
store.
to, you don't have to call them
I'm
out by
sorry.
name.
But, you know, if we can get them to the updated modern standard of our code, I would like to, I believe, incorporate that into our recommendation to the City Commission.
So, Rogelio, I understand that legal non-conforming uses, but are they entitled to that on a sign as well?
If the sign's been there, I don't think there's anything that forces them to take it down in the code.
Huh.
It was legally permitted at the time.
Okay.
Unless
but
it's
there may be some,
required.
but there may be some signs here in your pictures that I'm looking at that may have not been legally permitted. So that's something. It's an enforcement issue that we'd need to look at those. And see if
What
any
is
of
the
them-
process for a new business that opens up that puts up signs? Do they need to get permits for their signs?
Yes, signage generally requires a building permit.
And
or a sign
if they
permit,
don't
depending
get
on the
that
type of
permit,
sign.
how are they held accountable? Like who would know unless you happen to notice if they don't apply for a
It's
permit?
similar to code enforcement issues. You'd have to issue a violation. Somebody would need to complain, or the city would have to notice it. And city staff often does notice a lot of issues, but sometimes we don't. And then a violation would have to be issued, and then the process for correcting violations would
So
take place.
when a new business opens, it gets their BTR, could part of the checklist be, okay, so how are you going to be branding your storefront? And do you know how to apply for the permit? And when is that going to happen? So that you have sort of like the way here when we issue a CUP, the people come back in 60 days and then, thereafter. Same kind of thing when you issue a BTR. We expect you to have a permit in for your sign within, let's say, 30 days or 90 days, and then you'll know who is applying and who isn't. And if a sign magically appears that has not been permitted, then you'd already know rather than hoping that somebody would notice.
I just got a text that code does do a periodic sweeps for signage. So that does happen. For a new business coming in, as part of the BTR is really a ministerial issue. They're paying a tax showing that they want to exist. They would apply but when they come in, they do a build out of their new space, they would apply for a CU and a building permit, and part of that would include signage as part of the building permit.
But what if they just take over existing space? They don't
want to do anything.
They don't do anything. They just slap a coat of paint in and power wash the floors.
I don't think there would be a check for them to see what signage they would need to have.
So at the point of the BTR where that is mandatory, could there be some sort of a tracking mechanism?
I'd have to get a BTR person here for that to answer that question. If I may, if my colleague yields, Commissioner Samuelian actually is working on an ordinance that I recommended to him together with a group of stakeholders, which is updating the vetting process for our BTRs. Because as has been stated in this meeting, the BTR process has become very much of a ministerial matter that you just submit paperwork, you check the boxes, you provide the check and the payment, and you get your BTR. But not a lot goes into to see, okay, but do you really check the boxes? Because our code says it is a privilege to do business in the city of Miami Beach, to conduct business in the city of Miami Beach. But are we really, setting that threshold where we really hold people to a standard? And so Commissioner Samuelian is sponsoring this ordinance to see, okay, what is really the vetting process for BTRs to make sure that we really do have a standard, a proper standard in place. And perhaps that's one of the things that could be perhaps recommended to the commissioner for his legislation of proper vetting of BTRs.
And one other question, Rogelio, the signage thing, and I just kind of want to distinguish the two, the actual sign for the business versus all of these markings in the windows. Mm-hmm. So when they come in, they're getting permitted on the actual storefront sign or the storefront sign and all the markings in the window?
They're supposed to get permits for both.
For both. And so if I add inside my window, some kind of tall sign may not be affixed to the glass, but it's right behind the glass, and it creates that clutter effect. They're supposed to get that too?
If it's a piece of furniture inside that has signage, the way our code is worded, I think that would still count as a sign. Let me look into that real quick.
And by the way, just for the record, and anyone who's listening, our city website and the Economic Development Office of the City of Miami Beach has a business startup packet for all new businesses, and I think that's a very useful tool because you come into the City of Miami Beach, you don't necessarily know what is the process. What are the many regulations that we do have in place? And I have to say, if I'm someone from the outside coming into Miami Beach, I'd be very scared about starting a business in the city. But there is a business startup packet available for new businesses, and I think that's a great tool because we do want businesses to succeed. We don't want to overregulate our businesses. We don't want to be onerous in our businesses. We want them to succeed. But at the same time, we need the businesses to cooperate with.
Yeah, I mean, we should just set the standards of what we expect. It's like raising a family. You set the standards for what you expect your family members to do to fit into your family unit. And if people are not comporting themselves accordingly, there are consequences. You choose to live here, you choose to work here, you choose to invest in your business here, and we're all in it together. And the more successful you are with the best possible product, the better off we all are together. A rising tide floats all boats. And so we're not trying to be the fun police, we're trying to make this the best place possible for all the stakeholders, not just a couple or a type of stakeholder, but everybody. So that means, and people who know me have heard me give my Venn diagram speech about 8 million times, so here's 8,000,001. But, if everybody gives a little, you all get a lot. And, the place to meet is in the middle. So give a little bit, we all get a lot, and these conversations will get much shorter and more infrequent.
There is a distance for, if you put a sign, I think if it's within 10 feet of your storefront, that still counts as a sign that would be regulated, the area. I think it's 10 feet. I'm looking for the exact dimension. But it still counts as a sign that would be regulated. And then in our code, it has limits as to the area of a window that can include a sign. And it's not a very large area. Definitely, from just some of these pictures, it's being exceeded by several businesses, what is allowed.
Right. All right. So with that, we're going to train up the city in the way that it shall go, right? Using the family analogy. So with that,
do we want to open it to the public?
Yeah, I thought we did. We didn't?
Did we?
We did. This is staff. They're looking at us.
I did already.
Oh, did we for this one though? I thought we did for the last one.
I didn't. Well, let's check.
Let's see.
I thought I did.
There are no attendees left. Oh wait, no, we do have 2 people. Elizabeth Scarlett and Mitch Novick.
Oh. Yep. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's.
Okay. Elizabeth Scarlett.
I think you guys are playing a trick on me. I think I did. I think this is a trick. I think I did do it. But go ahead. Let's. Who's first, Mitch? Or?
Hi.
We've had
Hi,
a few,
guys.
so.
How are you?
We're pretty good,
Can you
Miss.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Scarlett, and we're getting to the end of our agenda. Go ahead.
I know, and I only want to say a couple of things. I don't think the fines, just going back to the transient rental occupancy, the short-term rentals, I don't think the fines are stiff enough. I know at one point it was at 20,000. I'm not quite sure how it got down to 1,000 and then 2,000 and then 3. But I feel like if they were stronger, that would really be it would deter them from doing that. And also code enforcement, that is part of their job, spot checks. That's part of the code of 102-387, section 2. And as far as the nuisance businesses, May I just ask, why don't we have a nuisance abatement board? Florida statute allows for that. It seems like that would go a long way in deterring some of this. And that's it. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Scarlett. I don't know the answer to that.
Maybe that could be a conversation, Mr. Chair, for another day so that legal and staff could look into it, and maybe we can discuss it another day, because I don't want to put staff and the attorneys in the spot. But it sounds interesting. I've heard about it in the past. I know Miami-Dade County has one and other municipalities too, and maybe it could be an opportune discussion for a day when staff has done the research for it.
Yep, that would be great.
Great. Who else? Mitch Novick, you said we had?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Hi, good afternoon, folks. It's been an interesting meeting today. I appreciate the time to speak. I have always argued that the scooter rentals, the pizza parlors, smoke shops, vape stores, t-shirt shops, tattoo parlors, and weird convenience stores are a byproduct of the incompatible and problematic MXC circus zoning, which fuels chaos on our streets. What we should strive for is clean and safe, and to clearly send the message that the party's over, kids. And in order to do that, the party must be taken off the street through zoning, which currently allows for, as I said earlier, sexually provocative and suggestive dance performances, loud and obnoxious music, and a closing time that should be more reasonable for the clientele we are seeking. Not currently embracing. Ocean Drive has become a block party. The closure of the 100 blocks has created a block party every night. Just last night, there was a guy walking down the street or up the street with a knife. It's just total bedlam what this city has created. And I look forward to leadership that addresses these issues. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mitch. Do we have any more? All right, seeing no more?
That's it.
Seeing no more, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on this item.
Mr. Chair, we had a motion on the floor. I'm happy to accept the amendments that were proffered by our colleagues.
I'm glad you remember, because I forgot it's a motion on the floor. Apparently, I didn't open it to the pub. My goodness, that's really weird. I have to. It's all my strength went, I tell you. All right, so we got the motion on the floor as proffered by Mr. Fernandez.
With the colleagues' amendments.
Can we clarify what the change to the, so we have expand the overlay to include western portion of Washington Avenue, north to 23rd Street, review the signage provisions?
Foliage enhancement.
Foliage enhancement.
Along the corridor of Washington Avenue.
Design standards for some of these storefronts and signage. The signage standards, maybe having a date for compliance for the existing uses to comply with our existing regulations on signage.
And a communication piece to let people know what is expected of them, since I think that is most likely missing.
So basically, take his last language there, the amortization period of sunset on signage.
Right.
He was talking about legal non-conforming uses, but we'll just apply it to signage.
To the signage.
And then,
can we make them change existing signage?
That's what he's saying.
That's what we'll look into. Right now, we don't have any. If it's legally permitted, right now we don't have a mechanism to go in and force someone to change it.
But is there anything in the code that allows the city to regulate existing signage and a change date by a time certain?
That's what we're looking into. We don't have anything right now.
Yeah. So I think Tanya's point about educating business owners, right?
Very important.
And just maybe put an asterisk there about the business startup kit as a means to.
Frankly, just to jump all over you because I do it all the time, that education component, I would make that a citywide mailer, because even though we're talking specifically about Washington, it applies to anybody who's got businesses. I mean, you see it along 71st Street, you see it all over the place.
All right, I have a BTR process that would be revamped, or to include maybe even a photograph of the storefront as part of the approval process.
So Commissioner Samuelian, Mr. Chair, is already working on that, but perhaps we can recommend it as part of the work that Commissioner
This is all a recommendation, so it doesn't preclude or otherwise enhance anything that anybody else is working on per se.
So that was BTR process to include signage as part of the application? Is what
A picture of the storefront as part of the application. I guess that's going to get to that nuisance board conversation later. And then the only other thing that I had was I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else that I wrote down.
So moved as amended.
I'll second
I'll
it.
Jakes.
All right, so it's been moved by Alex Fernandez, seconded by Asa DiPietro.
Okay.
Been a long day.
I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to close this off by saying I really like Ms. Scarlett's comment about the nuisance abatement board. And if we could have a conversation about that at a future meeting as part of one of our discussion items, I think that would be great because I have seen it be very successful in other areas of our region, of our county. And it would be great to give staff and legal the opportunity to look into it so we can have a good conversation about it.
You mean a new board that just focuses on nuisances?
Yes. But it's asking staff to get the information, study it, see how it's worked with other municipalities and that type of stuff, so that then we can talk about it here. See if
Generally, whoever's offended sues the other person.
Well, you can maybe the planning board will assume the jurisdiction and responsibility of that, but something to definitely look into. So I'm giving these.
As long as we get staff.
I think I'm term limited, so by the time now all that extra work comes, I won't be around. No, I'm just kidding. But maybe that can be something that we look at.
Okay. So this recommendation, we will transmit it to the City Commission via LTC with all of the items that you identified. So,
all right,
okay.
fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, seeing nobody opposed, I think we're moving on. All right, so the last one is the discussion item on how to enhance and strengthen our CUP requirements and perhaps the process, but I think it's more so focused on the requirements or inclusions within a CUP process. So, Tanya, you want to introduce it?
It's perfect to finish the day with, because a lot of this stuff that we would be talking about in this discussion item are things that we've already addressed in some way already. Basically, the notion is that people who are doing business here are doing so at our pleasure, at the pleasure of the city of Miami Beach. And so therefore they should be held to a pretty high standard. And the city should be held to a high standard to make sure that the stipulations that have been put into place to permit that business to operate in the way that they desire are actually being upheld. And so this is a discussion item, and I hope there are members of the public who are out there, because I'm very interested to hear some ideas that would be generated from people who are living through some of these issues rather than just us. But we learned about a mistake made by the city where a BTR was issued without the proper checks and balances put into place. It was quickly corrected, so that's fine, and mistakes happen, but it was not for a small project. It was for a significant project. We need to be better than that as a city, because we need to start holding our businesses to a higher standard, and so we need to hold ourselves to that standard as well. We currently have a number of issues and sort of checks and balances to make sure that businesses who are looking for a CUP are doing what is in the best interest of the city and its residents and its visitors, as well as meeting the needs of its own business. The one that seems to be the most problematic, the one that sort of generates the most noise, no pun intended, is this issue of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare not being adversely affected. And while moral sounds like a puritanical word that's a total throwback, I think what we're getting at is we want people to come here and do things that most of us can enjoy, that we don't have to steer clear of. And so how do we make sure that the businesses who are applying to do business here and who are given their CUPs are adhering to what is set forth? How do we do that in terms of what we expect from them when they make their application, and how do we hold them to that standard in a more efficient, perhaps less adversarial way? And then also, how do we nip it in the bud more effectively before it becomes something that is on national or international news? So with that, I open it up for discussion.
Yeah, and I think most of the things that I can recall from being on the planning board that really come up in front of us all the time are noise pollution type requests or issues. I think traffic is a big one. So there's always a traffic concern. I think deliveries are the other, how are deliveries being brought to a particular site and that impact on traffic and the time of those deliveries. I think going now to time, we've always had an issue with operating times. When we're going to, close and open, or this particular segment of trash delivery or what have you, has a time limit to it. And then I think the last one is the big one is the uses, right? So I think that there is a bias depending on the use of past experience of whether or not, how all these other things tie together. We've seen that in, I think we had one last month on 15th and Ocean, if my memory is correct, with a new office use. So rarely do we have a lot of contention about height. I mean, that comes up from time to time on the over 50,000 square foot items. But I think for the most part, the ones that just really take up a lot of the board's time and are these, again, noise pollution, time impacts around delivery requirements, traffic, and then the overall use of the site. But with that, I mean, not go too far. Do we have members from the public wanting to speak on this item?
We do not have any hands raised.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. See, that's what happened last time. I did ask. There were nobody.
Oh, we do now.
There was no one waiting.
Now you asked, and we do.
And now we do. All right.
Mitch Novick.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Thanks. Again, my comments on conditional use permits, which provide for open air entertainment. It is what has created the circus and chaos on our streets, and I've been opposing them for many years, certainly way before your tenure, Kareem. And I would ask that this board finally finds the wherewithal to address them, bring it in, make our city clean and safe. It begins with these incompatible and problematic conditional use permits, as well as the open air entertainment zoning. Thank you again.
Thank you. Nick, Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the conditional use permit process is a very interesting one, because in essence, we're getting something that is not conforming and not allowed under the code. And correct me, attorneys, if I'm wrong in this, but we're getting something that's not allowed, but we're allowing it through a special permit, but then that special permit becomes something that is allowed as of right. So it becomes a property right. Am I correct in that interpretation of it?
Can you repeat the question with respect to the conditional use permit?
Yeah, so a conditional use permit differentiates from everything else in the sense that now we're getting something that a property owner is not allowed to do, but through this permit, the special use permit or a conditional use permit, we're now making it a property right. Is that correct?
Correct, and it also allows the city to put some limitations or guidance or restrictions on these special circumstances, and that's the idea.
And that's the concern that I have with conditional use permits, that now we're getting something that's not allowed, but we're making it a right. It's not a privilege, it's not a special permit, but we're making it a property right.
And I actually would say that any permit is a privilege, because so long as you are complying with it, it's okay. But to the extent you don't, that privilege can be revoked, and it can come back before the planning board for revocation.
Yeah, and it's a privilege with conditions.
That's correct. But the thresholds, here's the problem. The thresholds that have been established to revoke it are so big that it has been difficult for us to pass those thresholds. I mean, I don't know if we know of problem establishments we've had in our city, but I don't know if have we ever revoked a conditional use permit?
I think we have.
Since I've been here, we've revoked the outdoor entertainment portion of a CUP.
Permanently or temporarily?
No, the board then chose to reinstate it at a later date, but the board at one moment in time did choose to revoke it. But then it was reinstated.
So, but that's why when we consider these conditional use permits, I'm glad that we're taking the time to really vet them, because we really are making some serious decisions with these. And I just want to touch on a few points, which one of them is one that I made earlier during our meeting, which is the standard operating procedure for the follow-up. Once we approve a conditional use permit with the conditions that have been imposed by this board that the applicant has agreed upon, and that oftentimes they're negotiated through hours and hours and hours of hard work between neighbors and attorneys and us as a board and you as staff. And I think we owe it to the public that we serve to make sure that before anyone gets a business tax receipt, or even after they get a business tax receipt, that follow-up is done and that proper standard operating procedures are adopted to make sure that those commitments are being followed through, those commitments that are put in the CUP. I think part of that requires that these CUPs be more in layman's term. And what we end up seeing is that at times, it's attorneys who are drafting these conditional use permits. And we have great attorneys in our city attorney's office. And then we have very sophisticated attorneys working with our wonderful business community. And they've put together legalese that if you ask the city attorney's office its interpretation, it might differ with what the applicant's interpretation of the language is. And then we're putting people who are not attorneys to enforce this. And so I think one of the things we have to look at is how do we make the language more streamlined and more easier to understand and to read, not just for the public, but for those who were asking to enforce this. I want to yield. I see my colleague has her hand up, so I want to yield to Board Member Bott, because I think she has a comment.
Well, I just to build on that before you go on to your next point, because you always have amazingly good points, but in addition to making the language easier for the layperson and to eliminate possible miscommunication about the intent of and the not just the intent but also the practice that is being permitted, there's also the issue of the business owner and their lawyers make the contractual obligation to uphold their CUP. That doesn't necessarily get translated back down to the manager or the staff. And there's a case that is being resolved, I hope, where a property owner was given permission to run a concession with very specific rules and regulations and guidelines about what could happen, when it happens, where it happens, and how loudly it happens. And then the concession or the operation started doing social media marketing saying, we're going to do all the things we're not permitted to do. Not in those words, but, come on out, we're going to have music outdoors till late, it's going to be great, we're going to serve alcohol, they don't have a liquor license, like everything they were not supposed to do. So, and then when the owner was contacted about this, they said, no, of course we're not doing that because that's not in our CUP, but we'll talk to our manager. So, that's an example, but it's emblematic of some of the issues. And then also, again, in most of these operations, there is a huge amount of staff turnover. So the people who might have been on the ground when something was permitted in its initial phase are not necessarily the people who understand what is permitted, why that agreement was reached, how to make that work, who to reach out to, either at the city or among the neighbors if there are issues that could be resolved. So I think it needs to be a much more interactive and engaging process. It's not one and done. You get the approval, then you come back in 90 days, and assuming we don't get any code compliance or neighborhood violations or complaints, we never see you again. I think it needs to be an ongoing dialogue where they could say, when we started this business 10 years ago, there were no residents, and now there are, so how are we going to manage this? Or we had that conversation with them, or whatever the for instance might be. There are a million different versions of what could happen, but cities are living, breathing places, and people come and go, and the uses change, and to not have these sort of temperature checks before it gets to the point where if you don't do this correctly, you're out of business, which is a fairly draconian response. I think it needs to be a more of a dialogue and less of a rubber stamp approval, and then let them do whatever they want.
And I have to agree with that, and Mr. Chair, I think you wanted to make a point.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I have to agree with that because I think part of it is not just reminding those who are employed in the establishment of these conditions that are in place, but I think it's also making sure that even our own code enforcement are aware of these conditions. And I think something that I floated around different people in City Hall, and they kind of like the idea, and I'll throw it out there. It's almost like it might be good to almost have like a QR code on the window of the establishment or somewhere by where the business license is at, where the inspector can scan the QR code and they can easily pull up in layman's term what are those conditions that are in place. Excuse me.
I would go one
It's
step.
not COVID. It's just
one step further.
Not
not just code compliance, but anybody with a QR reader could say, could go up and say, wow, this music is really loud, but oh, look, it's okay because it's permitted, or it's just me being grumpy, or whatever. I think that could be a really great outreach tool for both residents and city officials.
Yeah, listen, I think that's a tremendous idea to me. I don't know how to implement that particularly, but I think it's just a database and then an individual unique QR code for each business or window or wherever it needs to be placed. Where it needs to be placed, how accessible it is, and all of that, I think, are things to be determined. But, Tanya, to your points, I think they're really good points. I think that the dialogue is the onus of that, or the ownership of that dialogue resides with the business owner. I really just, I don't care who your manager was last week, who your manager is this week. If you want to operate and be in business in Miami Beach, it's your responsibility to keep the continuity of your responsibilities throughout whoever you hire. We've had folks come here before us, oh, well, I just hired this person and they didn't know. Well, I'm sorry. The owner takes the time to show up here in the meeting now that it's crunch time, but is not taking time to make sure that that's addressed on any other bit. So had we not hauled them in here, or had they not had to appear here, then nothing would ever be, the continuity is not addressed. So I just want to be very mindful that when we say, at least from me, from my perspective, when we talk about a dialogue, that's not necessarily the city's responsibility. We've given them the dialogue. Now follow it. You've agreed to it. Well, if you sell your business if you change ownership, managerial staff, you're responsible for that. Anything that my parents transfer to me, I get it with the same responsibility. Nobody says, oh, well, Kareem didn't know he had to pay those property taxes. The government doesn't come to me and say, well, I got to remind you, Kareem, you inherited that property. You got to pay that property tax. Yes, they send me a bill every year, but all the rights and responsibilities that come with that transfer, I inherit, and I have to follow those rules. So I want to jettison this idea that the city has to be hand-holding these business owners when they have a piece of paper that they have signed, and they come in front of this body to agree to it. That's the agreement. That's the legal agreement. Follow it. Don't come here telling us that you have hired different people and, oh, my power went out last weekend, so then I had to get the generator, but I didn't know I needed the generator, but my event was coming up, and then that was happened, so my button on my sound was down because I didn't get the generator because I knew the power was out. All things having nothing to do with us. If you knew that you had extenuating circumstances that prevents you from operating in accordance with your bylaws or your agreement with the city, then you shouldn't operate. And I think it was said earlier today.
Yep.
That's it. If that is part of you, that's the social contract, that's the contract you sign with the city, and I just don't think that we should make any kind of scenarios where the city is now responsible for creating the dialogue for them to follow what they've agreed to.
So I guess I agree. I don't want us to be in the business of babysitting businesses and business owners. In theory, if you own and operate a business, you should know how to do that and be responsible for everything that happens. As it stands now, my understanding, and I could be wrong, so please correct me if I am, is once a CUP is issued, the business is required to come back here after 90 days, and assuming everything is okay, that's it, right? We never see them again. That's how it works?
We can call them back at any time.
We can call them back, right. But that's, for us to call them back, their level of infractions is so high that they get hauled back here. So,
well, but on that, Tanya, if you yield back the floor, in fact, it could also be just a complaint. And correct me, staff, if I'm wrong. It doesn't need to be a violation or an adjudicated violation, but it could be complaint-driven. Is that correct?
It could be a repeat of complaints.
A repeat of complaints.
That are in violation of their agreement, their compact with us.
But I want to make that clear because, and I'm sorry, no, Tanya, with all due respect, complaint doesn't necessarily mean violation. Complaint is one thing because I can call and complain, and 20 of my neighbors can call and complain about an establishment. But that does not necessarily mean that staff and the planning and the code department had sufficient people to get over there to check whether those complaints were valid. So complaint does not always mean a violation.
And on the other side of that, complaint, even when staff is there, doesn't mean violation. Because that's the code officer, we've had cases where the code officer has gone there and said, even though I received the complaint, I did not judge it to be in violation of the CUP.
Right.
And
or multiple complaints.
What's so great about this process is that we still get to call them back in. And I think as we've seen, these business owners, whether they're valid complaints or not, want to get along with their neighbors. I would argue that I don't think we need more mechanisms for enforcement. The process is good and it works.
Well, I have to disagree with that. I do think we need more mechanism for enforcement, and we hear it from the neighbors whose quality of life are being affected by this. I think we do need to continue this complaint-driven process because we just don't have enough code enforcement officers to be able to respond to every call. But what I'm wondering is, testimony from residents, videos of violations taking place. Are those things that we can consider? Because I get concerned when I hear that code enforcement, let's say, code enforcement can't issue a violation based on video submitted to them by residents. Is something that might be happening right now. But I'm wondering, like, when we're considering these issues, can we consider violations recorded by residents?
I mean, look, I think and I don't want to put words into Asa's mouth, but I think there's a difference between policy and then enforcement. And maybe she was talking about, the resources to just do all the micromanagement of enforcement.
No,
but
I don't know if we need that video to trigger a formal violation, because we receive all the emails, so does planning staff. If we see those videos and we call them back, they're still being held accountable to this is going on.
But I think the other thing, like take noise, I'm going to call it noise pollution or noise violations. How could you utilize a video to establish that it met all the criteria for the violation? So there are some things that video is good for, and there are certain things that video is not good for. Video may be good for the Royal Palm. We spent a year talking about a yellow or white line, I can't even remember the color, down the center of the driveway. Video is effective to a certain extent by establishing time period that the truck was parked in violation of the line, because the video has a recorded time on it, right? Video is effective for saying, hey, during this time in this viewfinder, dock master is supposed to be stationed right here on this slab of concrete in the background. There's no dock master. Look at the time, 30 minutes of video. Pictures are not good for that same scenario because they establish no timeline. They just show that a truck was parked over the line. Was the truck moving? Was it slow rolling? So I understand why code enforcement doesn't use some of these tools, because it's very hard to be objective with the tool without the code enforcement officer being there. So for some things we can, and then for other things it's not good.
And Mr. Chair, as you've stated, and as our colleague Aisha has stated, I feel comfortable when they say that it doesn't need to be an adjudicated violation, that it could be a complaint, that when we're getting those complaints and we're hearing those complaints, that the accountability is there to then bring the establishment back before us based on those complaints. One of the things that I think is very important and was brought up to me by a member of the public is police calls for service, because when we talk about that clause in the conditional use permit that Tanya read earlier, we're talking about public safety and having that data. If police does see a pattern in calls for service that is concerning, that they be able to bring that to the attention of planning, and that based on that be able to bring back an applicant, because that might not necessarily be complaints or violations, but if it's related to the activity that's going on in the establishment that is generating this elevated amount of calls for service, is something that I would like to see as an avenue to be able to bring an establishment back before this board.
Yeah, and one of the things we learned with that, and then that hearing in particular that you're talking about with the calls of service, was the call of service is not always necessarily targeted by address to where the actual event occurred. And so we can do that and consider those items, but then we need to have maximum clarity on that it occurred at that address, where that CUP resides, and not just because it occurred in front of that address, and then that call of service just got pegged to that address, which we penalize. So somebody's going to have to do that careful.
Mr. Chair,
But so
you took the words out of my mouth, because that's why I'm saying, like, it's not that I will go ahead and do a public records request and see, okay, this establishment had 300 calls for service, which, by the way, there was an establishment that did have 300 calls for service. But it's not that I'm going to go ahead and do a public records request and tell now the planning board, me as a member of the public, hey, listen, this establishment had 300 calls for service, more than any other establishment. You guys should bring them back. No, have it be the police department that if they see a pattern that they identify associated to that establishment related to the cost for service, that then they, from a public safety perspective, if they have a concern, that they be able to recommend to the planning staff that perhaps it should be brought back. And I think, Tanya, you wanted to make a point on that?
Well, just to sort of build on that, I mean, I think even this morning there was a comment made about the fight that happened over the weekend wasn't in our establishment. It was from people who had just left our establishment and they weren't happy about being told to go home or whatever it was. At the end of the day, you're a business and you should be responsible to some degree as to what happens in your space. And so if people are starting to use your chairs as weapons because you've closed your doors for the night, there's got to be a process. And if it happened once, so be it. If it's happened more than once, to Alex's point, like there's this repeated pattern of behavior where in front of this place all the time, every 2 or 3 times a month we get a call for service. That's not just an occasional like, ooh, that's weird that it happened there again. There's something going on there. I don't know if it's how maybe the people who are telling the patrons to go home are being overly unpleasant and pissing everybody off and gets them riled up to go fight. I don't know what it would be, but to have the CUP be strictly by there's got to be some room to maneuver, and I don't know what the answers are. Hence the conversation. But seeing the business owner come back more than just the once, or just at the other extreme because there have been so many issues that they're called to the principal's office. There's got to be like an interim step. Come in, tell us what's going on. Are you having issues? Whatever. Like we can direct you to the right people to address them. And also the remedies that we have at our disposal seem to be so draconian that we are reluctant to use them. So, I don't know what the answers are, but right now it seems like you make your case to get a CUP. It's granted. We see you once 3 months later, and if you are functioning appropriately at that point, we don't see you again until and unless there are so many issues concerning your business that the neighborhood has risen up and brought it to our attention. And then the options are to give you an opportunity to fix it or to shut you down. And that seems too draconian because we don't use the opportunity to shut you down really ever. No. And so if that is supposed to be, and I'm not going to call people out by names, but we have consistent bad operators throughout the city. Thankfully, not a ton of them, because that would not be fun for anybody. But there are a handful of people who, pay lip service to the letter of the law and say whatever they need to say to be released back out onto the street to do whatever it is that they're doing that's causing problems for the neighborhood in the first place. And then the next time they get hauled up in front of the planning board, it happens again. And so what are our options? What are the missing steps?
So one of the things I would like to add to that is and I agree, sometimes taking that step of revoking a permit could be perceived and presented as a very draconian step, which I actually think is a very accountable step, quite frankly. I don't think we should be scared of revoking a permit. I think we should be saying, yes, we will revoke a permit. You know why? Because when you violate the conditions of your permit, we are giving you an unfair competitive advantage and putting the law-abiding business at a disadvantage. And we do a disservice to the law-abiding business, to that business that is following the conditions of the CUP, even when it might be at an expense to them and at a loss for profit. We're putting them at a disadvantage when we let others get away with not complying with the conditions of their CUP. But perhaps what we should be looking at is, since the threshold is high for the revocation of a permit, as it should be, because it should be a measure of last resort, maybe what we should be looking at is raising the threshold for receiving a conditional use permit, and rather than making it a 4/7 vote of this body, that it be a 5/7 vote, in other words, a supermajority vote. It is a supermajority vote at the present. So it's 5 votes required for the adoption.
That's correct. A CUP requires 5 votes for approval.
Okay, well then,
Let me jump in, because your point is the one I was about to make.
And Mr. Chair, one point that I was asked to convey to you, that we have a hard stop today at 4:30.
All right, perfect. And we're going to wrap this up, because this has been delightful, great engagement with the board. But the point that I was going to make is tangential to yours, is that there's a gradient between what you said, where we're hauling them in and saying, hey, we want to try to keep you going, or letting them, appeal to us of how they should keep their business going, right? That's what you said. And then the other end of that was this revocation. I think you used the word draconian, right? But there's some gradient along that pathway that we can do. And I remember, and I won't call the restaurant's name, but we revoked their entertainment or whatever it was, and they had, I think we revoked it for at least 6 months, something like that, and then they had to show good behavior, and then we restored it. And I think we did that because we didn't want to put them out of business, and we did hear the pleas as to what was going on in that particular circumstance. So we want it to be business friendly. I think that's first and foremost, because no matter what people think about noise and all these other things, if you don't have a climate that business can be easily conducted in the city of Miami Beach, and you can easily obtain a license and all of that, I can't even imagine back in the days when you had to go and get a resolution from the board, and they had to drip the little candle wax, and you had to put your little stamp in it, and you had to take that resolution down and get incorporated as a limited partnership or whatever. Now you go online in the state, and you pay $125, and boom, you're incorporated right in the state of Florida. So we don't want to, in my estimation, we don't want to take measures that make it difficult to operate here. But I think that we do have some tools and some gradient levels there to effectively let people know that, hey, these things will now start to happen. And they did happen before, because I think that there's also a thought that somehow the new planning board is doing things that is so much different than the old planning board, right? And so every new planning board thinks that that's probably the case. And I'm speaking generally, so I'm not saying I don't want to speak too much out of turn, but I've seen these things. I've been on, I think, 3 now, different compositions of planning board. And I do think these things have happened. Some do skew a little bit more towards, hey, let's give them a chance, and some do skew more towards, okay, you've had your chance, it's time to, put up or shut up. But I think in all boards, we've always tried to really balance both resident interests, business interests, and give people a shot at conducting business in the city that makes sense for both residents and business owners. So I hope that we will continue to do that. What I would rather see from us is to start thinking about some concrete language uses, which is what Alex talked about, that really kind of narrow in and hone in. We at this point, it doesn't seem like we can change to a decibel-based system for the noise. So I'm not sure what the answer is on that, but there probably are some language things that we can accomplish that starts to bring the regulation in a little bit tighter, and then therefore you can enforce a little bit more around it. So that's just my little 2 cents, and I know we do have to wrap up in 12 minutes. So,
well, I think a good takeaway, Mr. Chairman and Board Member Bond, who did such a great job setting the stage for this discussion and introducing this item. I feel like there's been I've done an enumeration of 5 different points that I think are some pretty good takeaways, which is number 1, the compliance with conditions that are put in place. So before they get a BTR or before they get a renewal of a BTR, that there be some sort of assurance or inspection or something to ensure that there is compliance with the conditions of their CUP. Putting these conditions somehow in layman's terms for the benefit of the public and the benefit of those who have to enforce this as well. Having some sort of QR code, I think, would be very beneficial because I think even sometimes even inspectors themselves might not even know if an establishment has a conditional use permit or not. Continue these complaint-driven progress reports, and I think lately we've been seeing more of those complaint-driven progress reports, and I think that's very important because we're putting the power back in the people so that they can bring forward without there having to be an adjudication by a special master, and bringing in the ability for police to recommend, based on calls for service and patterns that they may be seeing, the ability for there to be a progress report. And I think that together, Mr. Chairman, with the language that you were speaking of looking at maybe how do we fine-tune in the long term, some of these language that perhaps right now might be more open-ended in terms of noise, and making it more objective rather than subjective, are positions that perhaps help us place us in a better path moving forward. And I think that if we get to address these, it would be great progress.
And so this one doesn't really require. Does this require the commission to do anything? This would be something that the board can adopt, right?
The board ultimately approves CUPs, so if you have the right to amend all of the language that comes before you. But certainly we'll be looking internally to see if there's recommendations and how we can improve on the language that we have in the draft board orders that you get moving forward.
Alex, would you read the 5 again real quick? Just
Sure.
QR code was one.
So first was compliance with conditions at the time of issuance and renewal of BTRs. If we could somehow do that. Number 2 is placing this language, which is oftentimes written by attorneys and it's very complex to understand, placing it in layman's terms for the benefit of the public, but also for the benefit of those who have to enforce this who are not attorneys. Placing a QR code, whether it be on the window or by somewhere where they put their BTR, but having somewhere in the establishment a QR code that can be easily accessible to an inspector, scanned, so that they can get there the points of the conditional use permit. Continue to have these complaint-driven progress reports, that it not necessarily be a violation but a pattern of complaints, so that we can continue working with these establishments. Again, not in a punitive manner, but collaborating with them so that we can get compliance for the benefit of the neighborhoods they're in. And number 5 in my list was allowing police to be able to suggest to the planning staff establishments that perhaps they're noticing and identifying patterns through their calls for service or otherwise that might be public safety concerns, that it might be beneficial to bring them back before the board because it may be associated to a condition in their conditional use permit. And I'd be remiss, Mr. Chairman, if I didn't mention something that I mentioned earlier, which is when we do name changes, that those name changes continue coming before this board, but as I recommended earlier, perhaps an amendment can be made to the code, to the notice requirement, so that perhaps they don't need to do the 30-day notice requirement. It appears in our agenda, so that in itself is a public notice, so that helps expedite that process. But we continue having those name changes come before the board because as we saw today, those are beneficial in helping address some of the concerns that residents may have.
And I would just build on a couple things you said. One is about the QR code. I would suggest that be mandated to be on the front door so that it is accessible to anybody without even having to go into the establishment. So to put it behind the cash register or whatever makes it a little bit more complicated.
That might require an amendment to our sign code.
Well, we're working on
So,
that
but we
anyhow.
can,
We're working on that anyhow, just throw it all together. Or someplace equally immediately visible. And the other thing is, and I don't know if there is already language in how the CUPs are issued, but to really spell out, I mean, it's presumed that as a business owner, you are going to ensure that any new staff that are not present at time of opening fully understand the parameters under which you're operating. And that they are responsible for it, so that there's none of this. Well, it's a new person and she didn't know or whatever. Like it
I
is
really like that.
painfully clear that day one onboarding is you cannot turn the volume up past here, or you cannot have deliveries made in the front door at 5 p.m. in the evening. Like whatever.
Incorporate into the language of the condition something saying that your managers, that your staff will be trained and informed on the provisions of the conditional use permit. I like that a lot. Mr. Chairman, I don't think a motion is necessary for the majority of these things, but Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think perhaps the QR code, that might require actually commission action.
And your BTR.
And the BTR. So perhaps if this board would be, Mr. Chairman, if you'd be willing to entertain a motion recommending to the City Commission that as part of Commissioner Samuelian's item on BTRs, that they consider annual review of compliance with the conditions of conditional use permits, make that part of a motion where we would also recommend separately that establishments that have a conditional use permit be required to display a perhaps QR code issued by the city that would link people to the language of that conditional use permit. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you'd be willing to entertain a motion for that.
Yes, absolutely. I think we should.
Well, I move that.
You moved?
I'll
All right.
second.
It's been moved and seconded.
can I just because I've been writing down a lot of notes. So establishments that have CUPs be required to post QR code. That brings up the CUP conditions.
Correct.
Or the board order.
But there are conditional use conditions that are related to enforcement matters, and then there are others that are more related to like design issues and that type of stuff. And it's making sure that those that are related to enforcement matters are the ones that code enforcement will be accessing the ones that they have to enforce.
Right. So at this time, I think we're limiting it to businesses that have CUPs.
Yes.
At a future date, you might expand the program if you like, but I think what we're proposing is that it be limited to CUPs issued by this board.
Yeah. Okay. And then, making sure that when we do when the city is issuing their BTRs or renewals of BTRs, that on that annual basis that they somehow find a mechanism to ensure compliance with the conditional use permits, with the provisions of the conditional use permit. Because in essence, what we would be doing is that if then through that process they figure out that an establishment is not complying with the conditions of their conditional use permit, then they can't get their BTR.
I mean, that should be.
That is right there the ultimate
That should
enforcement
be no-brainer.
authority.
Like if you have a string of violations and they have not been remediated, and there's, a history there, and the attitude is basically, we're here, you can't do anything about it, you're done.
Yeah. So that's the motion, Mr. Chairman.
So that's been moved by Mr. Fernandez and seconded by Ms. Bott.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Ms. DiPietro?
Going down this road makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to say no.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder? No. Ms. Bott?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-2. Let me double check that that's okay. I don't think we've ever gotten a 3-2 vote.
And Mr. Chair,
I think it's just a recommendation, so I think we just need a majority of the quorum present.
For a motion like that, I think it's a majority. But while staff verifies that, Let me ask you, because you have addressed the very important issue of noise, of ambient noise, of how subjective it is. Maybe in the future, one of our discussion opportunities, we can talk about noise. We can talk about that language, because that seems to be at the crux of a lot of our issues and concerns that we hear about.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it. I'm not ready to have that conversation myself personally, because I don't know enough of what I don't know,
of course,
on the issue. But I think it's certainly something to be considered in the future.
It gives staff the opportunity to prepare information and prepare us and educate us for it.
Yeah, and I think at a future date we can have a little bit more conversation. Maybe I'm feeling a little overregulated today. I don't know.
Only 4 votes are
Not
required
talking
when
about
it's
my diet either.
when it's going to city commission. So it should be okay if it's just a recommendation. So the motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
All right, fair enough. So with that, let's go ahead and adjourn. Thank you all members of the city who have hung in there with us today. Appreciate staff, all the staff that supports us.
Yes.
Too many to name: Jessica, Alex, and the whole gang. Monica, but thank you all, and we really appreciate you supporting this board. And we'll see you next month.
And good job, Jason. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh yes, thank you, sir.
Yes.